Let's face it. Today is one of those days. It'll be significantly shorter than yesterday. I've been spending a bunch of time trying to get a grasp on the impact of Argh-Tempered and what's her name armor. Hello. We'll gather uptimes on a set I quickly spun up if my controller decides to work. That's the wrong button. We are checking for latent power, we are checking for convert element, we are not checking for flare. I considered it but then decided against it. Yeah, those are basically the two big ones that I'm missing right now. Uptime wise. I have collected a couple sets. Been chatting to other theory folk, and there's 1, 2, 3. Oh, it just tells me how many. Okay. There's like 20 sets right now, excluding element. Those will probably be 3 or 4 sets as well. Those will get crunched at some point, and then, well, that point is probably later. I'll just do the 8 hunts to grab the uptimes, and then we'll see where we go from there. I decided we will start with Gore because he's the most annoying one to menu for, because it needs a hot drink. Then we'll see. I've been contemplating doing, what's it called? Proof of a hero. If it exists, LMAO probably locked behind a side quest or something. I can't be fucked. But I'm currently deciding against it for the purpose of today, because this shit is a little bit more pressing, if that makes sense. I've been working on assets a little bit, and I have decided that there will be a second channel for other stuff that will be worked on as well. So that's a TLDR to what's been happening basically off screen. Wait, he's in Bavaria. Oh, right, because we're not doing investigations, we're doing these. Yeah, that's basically what's been happening off screen since yesterday. Number crunching should be fast because we're only going up against like 3 or 4 hit zones. It's just a preemptive gathering and grabbing of set updates that ate a little bit of time. And then the fine-tuning also. So far, it very much looks like we are in a side grade situation once again. Please raw, dude. I need that. There we go. I need latent power. Maybe not like that. Aye, that is unfortunate. Oh, that hits. For some reason I didn't think it would. Ah, my sword bar. Can't offset that. Yeah, I'll heal. I am not there, holy crap. I'm really not there. Ay, ay, ay. Stop doing that. Cool, jeez. That's fucked up and evil. Good enough. Huh. That should have... Was there ever an upgrade after? Yes. Gorg was an upgrade. But not for fun reasons. Technically, so Gorg was an upgrade, Udra was an upgrade, but we couldn't capitalize on it that much yet. And the rest was pretty much side grid shenanigans. He does it twice. Gorg was an upgrade for element. It put element on the what, how do you call that? On the map, basically. Like Elisats just didn't exist before Gorg. Well, they did, but they were bad. Somehow neither of those hit. Could have sworn I was positioned well for that. Turns out I wasn't. I wanted to double slash there, but didn't have the balls to actually do it. Should not be standing there at all. And boop. By the way, Z-Steel is still dead in balls. Yeah, pretty much. The problem with Z-Steel is that it has no follow-up. Like, part of what makes FRS so dangerous is that we're locked for so long and have to commit so hard. ZC Hyper Armor, I think, is weaker. So that's a problem. We have no way to recuperate health mechanically, so it's healing. And that's not working out good. And, you know, it has no follow-up. You are locked in forever after the attack. You can kill stuff with it. But, like, that's not the bar I'm going for here. dive. That should get me out. Yep. Oops. Don't do that. Oh right, I have Dashaguma on this, I forgot. Oh no, that's bad. That was just wrong. Oh, that's not how this goes. No, don't drink a potion. Too greedy. Delays on his moves still get me like it's day one. Oh. I wasn't aware that that could hit there. Oh, I missed a frenzy clear. Horned. I can't do here. Evil. Just straight up evil is what that was. Fighting war makes me not enjoy myself, does not spark joy. It really doesn't. My extreme take of today is that I liked Rise's iteration of Gore. I mean, I ran it, of course I liked it. But it had problems. Undeniably, it had problems. I mean, yeah, most of MH is very weapon dependent. I'm just putting my full skill issue on display right now. Oh, he's almost dead. Bedok. Oh wow, he's a lot closer than I thought. Oh shoot. I'm having a very hard time discerning if he's going to slam or spit or whatever. I do not have no berries on me, unfortunate. Oh, he's not doing it. This is an Axe mode finisher. Unfortunate. Would have liked a sword mode one. There's still a wound on that guy. That's right here. Oh, come on. Just give me the stupid wound. I can see it. I fucking strafed it. There we go. Okay. Oh, good enough. I've decided to drop Swax and Vods multiple reasons. With Gunline's Go is fun because he dodging with Gunlines too. Okay. I mean, there's a couple of things you can like and dislike about Go. I kind of like all the fake outs he has. It's just unfortunate that the type of Swax we're stuck with in this game is not very attuned to that. Right, as yesterday. Burst stage to 70.5, amp state 71.5. I don't use Go, so that uptime is worthless to me. Latent 73%. Doshaguma's 27.3 because I'm bad at offsetting Go. Peak performance 11%, LMAO max might 85%, Counter-Strike 90.6, Burst stage 1 21.7, Agitator 89.2. Okay. Reminder that I'm looking at the damage percent of stuff, not at time active. Oh, these are dog shit. On the sets that I've been looking at, there's a couple of ones that look like they might want critical eye. Maybe. There is one candidate that I'm very disliking, which IG is considering currently, that uses Fortify. It's dog shit if it's not procced. It's slightly better than their standard sets if it's procced, and it's absolutely winning if you cast it twice, because, you know, Fortify things. So I'm also considering Fortify, but I'm not feeling very positively about it. Let me take a note that we did Go. And then we do New Udra next, because that is the second most annoying thing to navigate, because that one needs a cold drink. Set that prep. I also don't like how slow the menus are. Man, I'm so looking forward to Frontier. Unironically. And on making actual content for the secondary channel. I feel like through my endeavors of trying to get across what makes wax tick, so to speak, I've picked up enough on editing to have an actual opinion on other stuff too. Way too slow on my end. Please burn me, I need it. I'm not burned yet. I will take the Fireblight here. Aye. please heal? What? Why did it not heal? 8. Usually I don't reset during these, but this just makes me personally upset. I can do better. Oh yeah, other thing I'm doing. I'm using a dragon weapon instead of a blast weapon. Because otherwise you are not measuring convert element. You need to be able to deal elemental damage to proc it in the first place. So blast, which is my current go-to, is just incompatible with it. Hello, Ginga. We're alive. We are very much alive. For better or for worse. I said it in the opening of this a little bit. I have spent a bit of time looking at other sets. There's like 20 odd candidates that will need calcing, excluding element setups, of which I'm expecting there to be 3 or 4. We are gathering uptimes on specifically latent power and convert element. And after all this, I can only do 1 rising. Like, I can only do the overhead. I need to remember that eventually. Oh, I thought that was the grab. And after all of this, after updating for AT Argh is done. Jesus Christ, I am so bad today. After updating for AT Argh is done, I will focus a little bit more on Wiggler stuff, because there's a lot under the hood. I will work on a conceptualized secondary channel. And then, I don't know. We will see where all this goes. I am torn between streaming and not streaming the creative process behind stuff. Like, if you've been here at the end of yesterday's stream, I rolled again for decoration. And the thing that won was recoloring the studio, so I might as well just bring the whole asset up to par with what I'm capable of doing now. And like add shading and whatnot, and the wooden parts actually have like some sort of character and some sort of cohesion, which direction what is, because this is not one plane. And then just it kind of devolved into, I can just put the shading on the main layer and then just have, you know, whatever in other places. And that just sort of devolves from there, and we'll see where it goes. And that's something I spent like half an hour doing. But on the other hand, like, I think it's cool to do that too, in the quote-unquote public eye. But on the other hand, I am very, very, very bad at writing scripts now. So the way that when I make any sort of video works is that I look at what I'm worst at and I try to improve that. I think I've gotten okay at thumbnails. My editing is my strong suit now, but script writing is pretty bad. And my workflow in general could use an improvement or two. I can't do that fucking second slash. Wow, I'm an idiot. Oh, but I can just stand here. I have Dodge Akuma that I need to proc. Hello, Sarah. Well, it only sounds like a park plan because you also don't know what's under the hood for Wiggler. I will say that much. And I think one of the very first videos that I will make on a potential second channel is going to be talking about why those changes are being made, because it's a principled question. That's right. Do we need Dark Dimmadome on the channel? Because I somehow feel the answer is yes. Honestly, everything that doesn't go on the main channel is what I want to put there. So, I'm a big fan of just trolling and shitposting in general. So a lot of stuff that would go in that direction would go there. I have non-Monster Hunter interests that would not work on a Monster Hunter themed channel. I have opinions. Oh no, that was the wound that I wanted to... Oh. Oh. That's not an attack. I could absolutely not, no. So, one big problem that kind of bars me from doing Excel guides is that I don't use Excel. I have a Twitch, technically speaking, but I don't use it much. I don't... Oh yeah, I have to imagine. I don't... Yeah, no, that's the complete sentence. I just don't use it much currently. I want to move there eventually, but... that eventually is not right now. Too slow on the counter. Take me with you. So, I guess I'll just drop it here. You can't escape geopolitics if you are a group that's based on like 5 different continents. And one big concern that the current leadership, if you want to call it that, of Wiggler has is that it is not impossible that within our future, relatively short future, there is something that will hinder us from collaborating on certain pieces of software. So the EU is very unhappy with the things that X does, with the things that Google does, with the things that Apple does. So using Google Sheets might not be a permanent endeavor. We are completely unhappy with what Discord is trying to do. So that is something that we need to look at. Now, that's all luckily not a new endeavor. We are familiar with principles of redundancy. So we have been looking at other alternatives in the first place. And we had our sights on a couple of them. They're not perfect, but we now need to work on the infrastructure to get us out of our dependencies and ideally as close to being self-hosted without actually self-hosting, so that what we're doing actually lasts and we don't need to wait for people to do things for us. Like, just to put into perspective, how much we think about those things. There has been significant work done towards making an armor set searcher within Google Sheets, because we don't want to be dependent on the wiki guys to update theirs. Like, just for a little bit of perspective. So yeah, removing dependencies is currently very much the main thing, and that includes so many more things that nobody ever interacts with. Like, what do you do for Cloudflare? What do you do for GitHub? What do you do for Sheets and Docs? What do you do for hosting? There are alternatives, and we are aware of them. But it still takes major effort to actually create those redundancies to make sure that we can continue to exist, if that makes sense. As for content, I mean, probably it'll just be opinions and non-MH games, and honestly, probably a lot of shitposts. Probably a fuck ton of shitposts. See, the terrible thing, Sarah, is that I am on live chat. I genuinely am on live chat. And I copied the link from live chat too. Maybe I'll try refreshing it if whilst lets go of my mouse. Okay. Some of your messages didn't show up. Yeah, we had that yesterday too. I think it's YouTube shitting itself. I can barely watch videos at this point. Like, I have to reload the page 3 or 4 times. It might be due to illegal things that I have installed. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with YouTube, man. I am not happy about it. See, that's the thing between Twitch and YouTube. The streaming experience is so much better on Twitch, but there is no discovery. And I'm also very, very unhappy with some of their moderation, and it's pick your poison, right? Like, either you depend on Google, who owns YouTube, or you belong to Amazon, who owns Twitch, with all of their out there moderation and takes and all the problems that come with it. There's no real sense in an alternative either, because there's just no one there. And most alternatives don't do ad stuff. I think there is no good choice, frankly. And then you have Kick, which is casinos, and I can go along with disagreeing on some moderation principles. I can get along with janky website and a war on ad block if there is good enough alternatives to get out of ads. I can't quite get along with shilling casinos to people, especially because I fall into that field of people that get easily addicted to stuff. So maybe not. I think there's Rumble. I don't know what the fuck they do. They get tossed around as an alternative to both YouTube and Twitch, which I feel like I would visit that site if or get links to content on that site if it was any good at either of those. I think the only time I ever heard of them is when Gamers Nexus got their documentary kicked off of YouTube. Like, there's a few out there that are somewhat usable. There's a few that are just strictly not usable, like the stuff that is like the self-hosted P2P stuff. That's like an extension of the Fediverse. I don't know if YouNow still exists, but Dailymotion still exists. But as far as I know, also not for much longer. It's really not a here. It's a massive hellscape. Trying to be online and ethical is just not something that is currently feasible. Like, just being online isn't it, right? You need people. Numbers. Doshagumo 54.2, Maxmite 91, Convert Addy for 69, nice, 0.1. Amp state for 77, latent power for 64, burst stage 2 for, let's call it 80. Peak performance for 33 somehow. Counter-Strike for 92, burst stage 1 for 15, agitator for 67. Yep, them's all. I don't know if I screenshot it yet. Time to make your own stream. Are you stupid? Yeah, it's Link Samuel. I didn't want to fiddle with the Pi ones. I don't trust them very much. They also compact as an exe, and that's not compatible with Linux, so I'm just on principle not doing that. Own streaming service? Dude, I can barely do CSS. I can barely do CSS, dude. I can inspect element stuff, but just thinking about that. So the only things that I'm genuinely good at are laying foundations, like starting shit. And then sometimes I'm good at gathering people for that. I'm really good at being at the right place at the right time. And I'm somewhat good at doing math for swags. Like that's kind of my skill set here. Right, we did Udra. This is so much more chill than yesterday because I'm taking much more focus on actually talking to guys. Which is what I assume most people playing MH also do. Just hang out with people and consume content on the side or talk or whatever. Like not being super hard focused on everything all the time. Okay, I want to save Ray because he's almost fun. Steve is going to be obnoxious because I'm going to need bleed res, right? But I'm also not going to catch stray hits if he spawns in a good location. Oh, shoot. That's right. I have stun res on gear. That's unfortunate. We'll just do, yes. Just do immunizer. No, that's dash juice. That's energy drinks. Surely I have immunizers. I do. Yeah, Steve. That's Ray. Steve. But yeah, I'm not sure how much I can contribute to actually making alternatives. I can yell at the void, and I can find stuff and then try to get people to use stuff. Think about this. How much software that you use in your day job or at school or whatever do you end up using in private too? And how often do you have software that you love using in private that your job doesn't, and then you try to convince your job to also use that software? In my experience, both things happen regularly. Like, they both happen regularly in my life. So my point of view is pretty much that... Oh, I need to offset him at some point, right? So my point of view is sort of that if I can get Wiggler to use non-Google tools, I will have done a part already, because then maybe they'll bring those tools elsewhere and get more eyes on them. And then we'll just have less of those dependency struggles in general. I would have liked to actually... I would like to... Wound? Unbelievable. Oh yeah, that's all pretty wishful thinking at the end of the day. Well, we'll see where it goes. I should heal. Oh crap. It didn't take my R2 input. Awesome. Bleed Res 2. Yeah, I mean, what can you do? Unfortunately, Stun Res 1 is on gear, so I can't exactly slot it out for Bleed Res. So we're doing Immunizer. Can I sneak you yet? Oh, I can't. I always underestimate how fast he raws. Like, after being engaged. I did not make an input at all here. Not enraged. Okay. Axe finisher for Power Axe. Because I kind of need that in a bit. Jesus Christ, stop doing that move. What? Oh. No, we can't. It doesn't have that type of hyper armor. How do you feel about AT Arghveld, Matchak? How do I phrase this somewhat nicely? It's solvable. It's solvable, I think. I am bad at it. The question is, how will it be solved? Because it has an Ursula problem. In case you're unaware, Nocilla is really weak to fire while it has the hide stuff, the ladder stuff. But it shifts to being weak to thunder after that is removed. That's kind of the whole lore reason behind that thing. Nocilla traditionally has such low HP though that it really doesn't fucking matter and never comes into play. AT Arc is similar in that in the good hit zone states, it has a 35 dragon hit zone, which is wild. That's a lot. So dragon is very strong on it. So strong that it should be an Elifile matchup. Unfortunately, it's only sometimes in that state. So a bunch of time, you are just not dealing damage with an Elifile. That's too slow. Jesus Christ, that's evil. Yeah, so sometimes you're just not dealing damage. And then Dragon Blight is a problem. Because that just eliminates element from your set, period. Can't see shit. Oh, I thought he did twice. I thought wrongly. So yeah, it's a little bit all over the place. Oops. It's a little bit all over the place. I hope I can gaslight Karg into trying to run AT Arghveld, but I don't think I can. Realistically speaking, that's probably not gonna happen. Oops. And that's the stun. Too slow. I should probably not play like I have 3 cards left. That was way too late. And I messed that up. With the Dragon Blight, I saw some speedrunner slotting in Blight Dress. Blight Dress doesn't have a deco as far as I know, so that's not working. But having that as skill tags together with Stun Dress feels kind of awkward. That is correct. That is very much in line with what I'm thinking. Yeah, they use AT Arghveld pieces for that. The thing is, if you do that... Does it have a deco? It didn't have a deco for the longest time. I have never checked if it got one. I just assumed they wouldn't have added a deco. Which of these is it? Or is it just not a 1 slot? Like, as far as I know, it doesn't have a deco, which is one part of the issue. And then the second part of that issue is when I posted the video on the budget anti-Gorg set, which was intended for people to grind out their first good Gorg weapon, a lot of the comments were, I thought this set was going to help me to clear it for the first time. Now, from my POV, I'm pretty fucking bad at wilds. Like, really, really bad. And I cannot fathom why you would struggle with it at this point. I'm not gonna counter that, he's gonna enrage anyway. So, like, the thought that someone would need a dedicated set to help them beat Gorg for the first time never really entered my brain. When it comes to Arghveld, I can understand how people will not clear it easily. So that's not something... Well, that's something I have in mind, right? And then the question is, why are you doing Arghveld? You're doing it to get the gear. So you can't really require it to, like, grind him for... Like, does that make sense? I can't be like, oh, in order to grind something with a finite amount of grindability, you need to have grinded the thing previously. I'm just gonna pull it now. That's funny. So from that POV, it's kind of there. And I've not really optimized sets for wild runs. Somewhere between... There just aren't Swax runners. And then also the whole thing, unless we get along really fucking well and we're basically friends, I'm not going to do it for free. Because it's so much work, dude. That looked like a wand. Good that my eyes are still working. Yeah, making run and script specific sets, like basically optimizing for you. Like I just didn't do that in Wild so far. Somewhere between I can't be fucked and I don't need it because I'm not gonna run this dogshit game. And then outside of Kage, I don't have any like contacts to people that run Swax in this game. So from that POV, I can't really answer the ATR question either. Casually speaking, if you're just doing it for the hell of it, I mean, if you're just doing things for the hell of it, you're not looking for that level of optimization anyway, right? So you basically just go for the comfort stuff that you want and need. And ATR is no different than any other monster in the game in that sense. Like, you want stun res because otherwise you're fucking dead because it's Argh and it has a headbutt. You probably want something to make your dodges better. You can eat for that. And that's pretty much the end of the list, right? Because you have a counter that's really good. You want something to keep you alive, but there is no skill like that. Divine Blessing isn't cutting it. Passive healing isn't cutting it. Like, Lane Power is probably really good on him because of how much damage he deals. But like all the problems that I've experienced with AT-Argh is nothing that I would change my set for. Like I can't see shit if he's deciding to fight me in the stupid corridor. There's no skill I can slot to make the camera better. So that's kind of here nor there. I think AT-Argh is doing one thing that, since World has been a little bit lost, in that it just looks at you and says, get good. And I think that's okay. I want dodge, please. That's evil, dude. Why did that not work? No, that's not... I thought I could offset that still, my bad. AT-Argh causes weird delayed knockbacks, yep. It's also got ugly and inconsistent hurt boxes. It has area denial. Basically, AT-Argh is what would happen if you told the Go Show developers to make a monster for 6th generation. That's exactly what it is, that's exactly how it plays, and that's exactly how you need to treat it. It's pretty good at that. At exactly that. And if you don't know how to treat that, if you don't know how to handle that, if you don't know how to work around that, you're just not gonna have a good time. Now conversely, if you don't really struggle all that much against him, you should definitely try Frontier, because there's so much more with so much better tools to handle it over there. I thought I was the short morph. I'm an idiot. One and then... Oh, it's only one. Unfortunate. Stop doing that and just glide. I wasn't aware that you could iframe this. That was a last ditch effort. You should not be standing nearby that. Stop moving so far away. Still no. I want that wound. Give me that wound. Not allowed to get the fucking wound. I got sub 11 AT-Argh Biggie, but I consistently eat shit through the entire run. Yep. That is just, you know what, I'll just take this fucking Steve. It's good enough. Like after this would have been a sequence of 1.5 minutes of chasing him around and dropping... What's that? I popped the wound. He's going to do the thing. I'm going to offset it once. He's going to have a leg wound. I pop that. I FRS. He's dead. That's the thing that would have happened from here. Let's pretend that it did. Because I'm not coping with the fucking slopes on this stupid ass map. So what do we have? 82 max might, 66 burst 2, call it, 74% amp, 64.3 latent power, 97.1 counter strike, no, 91 counter strike. The other one is might seat. No, 91 counter strike. 25% burst stage 1, which is a bad on, which is Steve. 63.2 agitator, 20% peak performance somehow. I can't fucking be bothered. What's the other comment that was good? ATR could also showcase weak points of weapon designs. If certain weapons struggle with uptime or defense, it shows where these weapons need adjustments. I will disagree with that. I will disagree with that for the sole reason that I am maining the weapon that traditionally did not have any defense. And I main it because it traditionally had no defense. If I need a weapon mechanic to deal with a monster with any sort of attack or mechanic that monster has going, if I need to rely on a weapon mechanic to do that, it is not a well-designed monster. Like at that point, it's a weapon check. And I do not like that. It's okay if I have to sheath and run and jump to get out of something. It's okay if I'm required to use quick sheath for that. It's not okay if you, say, strictly need to have a guard button in order to survive a certain string or a certain attack. So from that angle, I would disagree, because I do not think that every weapon needs to have a defensive measure in the first place. If that is a problem, then just make the hurt boxes shorter so you can iframe them. Make it visually scary, but mechanically not all that difficult. Like, the iframe window is extremely short anyway. Hammer and Endgame Sunbreak struggled because it lacked the defensive skills, sure. But then that just means that the majority of fights that Hammer struggled with were not all that well designed, which is a thing that's going on since World. Ricebreak is not immune to it. I like Ricebreak better because the endgame system was more what I'm looking for in MH, but I'm not blind to seeing that, you know, some things are just not okay. Like Risen Valstrax is something that would not even fit in Frontier because it's too hectic and too much going on. Risen Shaggy is not something that would have belonged in Frontier because it's too much going on. And Frontier is the game where people scream about how much is going on all the time. Like, those two are more hectic than whatever the fuck is happening in Frontier for about 99% of the game. There's like 1 or 2 hunts in Frontier that's more busy than those. And they are more busy than those because they are designed to be more busy than those. And those suffer from the same fucking problems where some weapons just aren't clearing it. Like, if you bring HPG as a solo to certain ultra endgame hunts in Frontier, you are not clearing. Because those finds are genuinely not designed to be cleared by every weapon. And Sunbreak very much has that same problem. And basically all the titles since World had pretty much that problem. They're just not good. They're just not well designed. Because now we have to appeal to a ginormous audience where a lot of people are super casual and also loud. And we can't have bad optics. So it's better to alienate the hardcore fans that have that skill set, that would love to sit down with new people and teach them how that skill set works and like what to look out for and how to get better and how to deal with things. But instead of doing that, We gave Swax a counter. A frame 1 360-degree counter. That's cancelable. I hate wilds so fucking much. It comes down to the fact that some weapons are clearly just the babies of the devs. In order, yes until wilds, no, and also no. So, I've been talking to Ragnar and Jacques a bit in the past. They are very good at Greatsword. And Jacques is Wiggler's author for Greatsword alongside Zero, so those are like, you know, those are the people that I turn to if I have Greatsword questions. Greatsword apparently sucks pretty bad in Wilds somehow. Like, it's pretty fucking unfortunate. Everyone that read that message from a group of mostly theory crafters and speedrunners, so definitely upper echelon of player skill, were like, what the fuck? It's absurd. It never crossed our minds that making a bad version of Greatsword is something that Capcom was capable of doing, and they somehow did. Like, apparently, TCS is so bad that it's just strictly not worth using. So you're basically stuck doing offsets, which after the second isn't a guaranteed toppled anymore. Greatsword gets everything, but is allowed to use none of it. So that's neither here nor there. Sword and Shield was really stupid in Iceborne, if I recall. Like, really fucking stupid. And it's pretty mediocre everywhere else, and that's fine. And then Longsword is kind of just the fan favorite. Like, you just need an outlet for the weeps. Well, so good, even my save file is nuke. Oh. Did you make backups? Have I advertised making backups on this? God, please tell me I told you to make a backup. Oh, that's painful.
I'm glad you're all right. Take a second to restock your supplies before heading out. Okay?
You should make backups. Let your tale be a warning. The Greatsword performance is not strictly about speedrunning. So, from what I hear, you offset spam and that's all you do. If you get a topple, you're not dealing damage. If you already got 2 topples, you are not getting another one very, very, very quickly. And you are not even getting to charge that to level 3 because monsters are just too fast. Jesus. My condolences, Nolan. That's not good. That's the opposite of good. That's the B word.
There's a special event going on at the Grand Hub. Should we check it out?
Yep. That's in line with the Greatsword experience I'm trying to get across. At least from what I hear. Yeah, they buffed Greatsword, but not enough. That's sort of the thing. Like, Greatsword is not good in its current state, which is insane. Like, nobody in their right mind had ever a thought that would equate to Greatsword not good. Until Wilds. And in hindsight, it even makes sense. So, when I brought forward that I don't believe that the damage formula in Wilds works the way it did in previous titles, certain people told me that I was behaving like a schizophrenic, to directly quote. I ate twice on accident.
Right.
Because there's no way they would ever touch something like that. About half a year later, I was proven right in that the formula is both less cohesive and less consistent than in previous titles. And that thing is like super fucking sacred to all of us. Like you don't mess with the formula. You just don't. If you're Capcom, that's not good. The fucking modifier is really just the start of it, dude. Look at rounding. Like you've seen Pilgrim rant about how stupid rounding is. The problem with rounding is that it's a fucking destructive element. So once you round it, you cannot, like, there is no formula you can plot it in to reverse that for you. You just sort of have to fucking test and hope that you're correct and do that on a large enough scale. It's horrendous. It's fucking absurd is what it is. So from that perspective, it almost makes sense that they even broke with Greatsword being good. The only thing that they haven't killed so far is that guns are stupid and dual blades are fucking good.
I doubt there's anyone who could match you.
At least not to my knowledge. As far as I know, DB is still fine. At minimum. For some fucking reason, Glaive is really stupid good. Like, I mean, we know what the mechanical reasons behind that are. We just don't know the design choice, why the design choices to make it so were. When did endgame bowguns not suck? They have never not sucked. That's kind of the point. So that bit is still consistent. Oh, that was 20 years too late. Okay. Oh, okay. My bad. Just trying to put on a damn mantle so I don't have to heal. Please, like, you respect. Could have sworn that at least one part of that move would hit me here. Delayed too long. Don't do that again. No, don't do that. Bad big fishy. I'm too slow. It ate my input. Stop eating my input. Can you just do the big discharge so we can get it over with? I don't know why I did the double. I mean, I have that here. What's in choice? Only really good on a few matchups. Are those few matchups the type of matchup you usually grind?
More supplies.
To be a good in every important matchup? Yeah, that checks out. Starting Geo for you again because I really don't want to go through Wasanji stuff again. Yep. No. If you can't cheat your stuff, I would straight up advise against just doing wilds again. I don't know why you would do this without strictly modding your gear. Dude, if you're gonna tell me, Sarah, if you're gonna tell me that one of your problem matchups is Chematris, I'm gonna be unhappy. I should actually pay attention to what's happening on screen. I'm getting carried away by you guys, holy crap. I fucked up. Come back. Come back. Come back. Not like that. Physically move here. Good. No, not like that. Okay, actually this works. I'm annoyed that that didn't hit me. Alright, now give me something to offset. This is not offsettable. This is. Shoot. Oh, he's doing it again. I've never seen him do it twice in one hunt. And this is just a 9-star, so this is something we should be familiar with. I'll take the back, sure. Understand message, Argh-Tempered are coming soon. Oh no. Can we get swag spells? So I've been talking a little bit about quads, because with quads, because it's good if theory people are connected and understand each other's weapon a little bit. It genuinely helps. And we were talking about the perspective performance of certain sets of each archetype for each other. That's just evil. And he mentioned that one variant that I inquired about was about 2 DPS worse than what they were doing. And I'm like, okay, put that into perspective for me. How much is that? Because, it's 2 DPS. How bad can it be? When I count, so this is theoretical behavior, right? When I count stuff, Swax lands in the ballpark of 200, 220 DPS with certain extreme hit zones like Socia Wings reaching in the 310s, more or less. So that would be like a 1% difference. Wait, I need the answer now. Is it good or not? It is now. Okay. I did nothing. Weird. But yeah, for us, a 2 DPS difference is about 1%. Whoops. So I asked Quaz to put into perspective what 2 DPS is for them. On paper, IG hits like 600 DPS. Swags buff when? Wrong hit zone. %10 more damage to FRS. I could live with that. I'll take it if it means no more 20-minute hunts against relevant targets. Just kidding, please don't do that. And now it's no point in amping up further because he's going to roar when he gets up and enrage, and then I get a counter. Just not gonna stand there. I should have sent that immediately. I see. I should not be here. Now I should be close. I mean, okay, attack the cat. What am I gonna do about it? Oh, cat's healing. Somehow that had no intent on hitting me. Stop doing that, you evil water wizard. I got power axe, that's what I cared about. Yep. What Fulham said. I'm too lazy to cheat in more, so we're just doing dragon. Fucking Elder Seal, man, don't. So much promise in that mechanic, and they did fuck all with it. Max Might 89.7, Convert Ellie 58, Amped State 72, Dosh 40, Latent Power 76, Counter-Strike 95, Burst 1 15, Burst 2 70, Peak Performance 20, Agitator 70. Okay. The old trash. Yes, money. Arghveld Raider, Duna, Anya. I do think that the set that will come out as best in slot after this will be a resentment variant. And I think it will be a resentment variant because they do not struggle to fit Speed Eating 3 and Stun Res in there. And typically have in the ballpark of 1 to 2 more 1 slots left over. So just in terms of how quote-unquote low the barrier of entry is going to be for that type of set, I think Resentment will be the thing I will recommend the most. Just because it's the least punishing to play. Rayduna, Argh, Anjanath. I kinda like 9-5 Argh. I don't like 9-5 Anjanath, so let's get that over with first. And then after those 4, we are going to chill a little bit and grab the average of all the values. And then alter them a little to account for the matchups that they were used in. What the fuck is going on here? I see a rock. Using a rock was not the right choice. I like that still is a sneak attack. And an enrage, my bad. I hate these hotboxes so much. Stupid delayed fireboxes. I think Blade power's up, right? We can stop eating shit now. I need to double counter this, there is no out to it. Block my leg. That's not how I wanted to take that, but I'll take it. Power Axe is genuinely good. But for all the wrong reasons. Power Axe lets you get enough sword gauge out of Wild Morph to go back to actually being in sword mode. Anjanath is never important to hunt, is the thing. But I had a poll yesterday on which 9-5 I should do because I wanted to do 8 of them and not just 7. Because Shin needed a replacement. And the vote decided that we should do Anjanath. I need to pay attention to what's happening on screen. Good enough. Yeah, if I wild morph now, I don't get enough salt gauge, even if I had hit that one that I missed. It's still not enough salt gauge. That's exactly what what Power Axe is for, and only that. It's useful for nothing else. The 10 raw it provides are completely meaningless. Yeah, I'm not getting that wound, am I?
Make sure to grab anything a monster leaves behind.
Terrible. Hello, Protoss. I am currently checking uptimes. And after I check uptimes, I will grab the average of all the uptimes that we've collected. I would like to get off of this wild ride, please. And after that, I can tell you. So, obviously, a surprise to absolutely no one, TAT with the Waxer provides the biggest buff to Wax sets. Wow. More news at 11. Importantly, non-Wax sets are also kind of buffed. Partially because Gorg is much more accessible now and much better now. Let's nitro this because it's funny. He refused to get nitro-toted. Well, that doesn't hit that close. Interesting. But yeah, some sets that you wouldn't expect to have gotten buffed by this update have weirdly gotten buffed. So Pinnacle has a bunch of objects now. There is no wax to be found on it. Flayer is sort of optional on it. But somehow it's gotten a bit better in that it now also just fits, what's it called? Convert element 3. Or a bunch of 1 slots. Well, that's not offsettable. The Resentment set, I think, has not been buffed. It might be able to fit Flayer now, which you can feel about one way or another. Oh, that's just enough. Okay. I thought it would just leave. I felt wrong. Awesome. Okay, power Xing this. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is going on with the microphone? You know what, I do have a theory what it is. Maybe it is time for a new CPU. I have a theory that it's the CPU. Because it's jank. some why none of that hit. This is depressing. Angela, please just fall over and call it a day. Come on. There we go. Yeah, Flayer strongly depends on what weapon you use, but sets are always weapon dependent. Okay. Let me open Task Manager.
Such lovely coloration. Is it due to environmental factors?
Let me grab a screenshot of that while I'm at it. Minimal, a bunch, a lot, minimal. Screenshot. Not a lot of out of the scope of things. I think it's Firefox. What are we all guarding at? One second. I am 99% sure that it's not the microphone. I'm fairly sure it's the CPU, and I blame Wilds. But bear with me here. It's 3 hands left. We will tough them out somehow. And then I'm gonna close Wilds. And we will focus on math and the ass. And then it'll probably stop doing this. I have tried to appeal to the machine spirit, but it wants me to use Linux, which is not compatible with this dogshit game. So we will just try to get through these as quickly as possible and hope for the best. I want to try that Q&A feature on these streams because I kind of want to see what it does. Hold still, I want a sneak attack. My game is freezing. I love that happens. There are more difference to it. I will get into that after Uptime Collection. This used to be a 5-minute adventure.
Are you alright? Take a second to restock your supplies before heading out.
If the game looks laggy to you, that's happening locally, like on my machine. Performance update, by the way. Yeah, there was no out to this. Awesome. Awesome. I hate this game. It seems to prioritize the audio over words right now, so I can attempt to explain. The functional difference is that Laggy has a forced downtime. At the absolute most, assuming frame perfect lining up of everything, you will get a whole 40% uptime out of Laggy. So on average, it is worth 6 affinity and about 0.7 DPS. paper DPS, mind. Paper DPS, where Swax, which is one of the weaker weapons, hits 220 plus. The laggy bonus is bad. It's just flat out bad. Now you can make arguments for it, but they're wrong. I have tried to make that thing work. It just doesn't. And you're not stupid for that either. It reads a lot better on paper than it actually is. Yeah, there can be an argument for Go even if you can't fit antivirus. That is... I've seen setups like that. Happy to help. I will say though that normally you don't end up in situations where you can fit Gore but you can't fit antivirus unless you prioritize things you shouldn't prioritize. Or you're trying to build something that is vastly outside of your budget range. Like sometimes you just have to accept that your charms are not meant to build certain sets, that they're just strictly not good enough. That's unfortunately a thing that's real. Oh, that's not where you hook this. This is what you do. Awesome. I'm mostly just messing around with the Arghveld set, and the bigger question was laggy or Go for affinity. The Arghveld set doesn't have much one slot, so full stun rest was full anti. It's tricky. Yes. What are you trying to build though? Because Arghveld only really provides wax, and that's exactly on the helmet. The chest is mostly for econ, and the other pieces aren't even that good, unfortunately. At least, I don't think that they're showing up much. Do you think that that's something that's needed? Like, is that something I should try to optimize for? And if yes, under which circumstances? I think the resentment set is pretty good for him. Because speed eating. Pretty much because of speed eating. If you're playing casually, which I think that question implies you do, you probably are not very interested in the intricacies of dragon element in that matchup, because you probably don't want to see him spend the majority of time in the cracked out mode. Like, that's probably the mode you want to see the least. Even though you get the biggest damage, it's the hardest to deal with. Fine, I will heal. Just go. I wanted to preserve that wound. Stupid lingering hotbox. And still stupid fish. Wound, healed. Oh, 20 years too early. I'll just die to chip damage at this point. I don't find an opening to heal. What might I do? Terrible game. Hello. We don't know yet. Working on it. Well, soon to be. I'm grabbing uptimes. Just because me and some other people often have level speedrun competition type challenge jobs, so that's the thing I want to build towards. Oh, okay. Well, if player skill is not an issue, then somewhere between Dragon Alley File, Stun Res, and honestly probably speed eating, because you will be healing a lot, is what you're looking for. There's arguments to be made for Convert Element, but I would assume that to be an alley file situation. It's a very careful assumption. 35 Dragon is a fuck huge hit zone. It's just not permanently available as sort of the inherent problem with it. Dude, performance upgrade's so good, I get fucking stutters. I hate this game, man. If I went for it immediately, it might have worked. Alright, I'm going to axe finish this. From the speedruns, I found so far it was mostly powerful with Convert Element, but it's only day 2. Yeah. Power file is a sensible choice. I don't know. I haven't looked at it very much, if I'm honest. I've watched 0 runs on it. I've glanced at the hit zones, I've glanced at the states, and I've attempted him a couple times, cleared him once, and that's kind of where I stand. So I'm also just spitballing here. Jesus Christ, what the fuck are you doing? Stupid ass fish. I mean, without any specific reason, there's no real incentive to look at it to begin with. That is correct. And I am very happy for that, if I'm honest. Because again, it's a Nocilla issue. And if you ever want to hate yourself for no good reason, try to optimize Nocilla. And then give it like 4 times as much health. That is what AT Arc is, unfortunately. So like just from the optimization perspective, it is obnoxious for us. Really fucking obnoxious. Not gonna read this again in case of microphone being stupid. Well, CPU probably, but yeah. Times trash. Arghveld and radar. And then we can have chat about things and stuff, maybe even.
Let's try again after some preparation. I heard from the others. Support you to the best of my ability. Good luck. You'll send us supplies.
It whiffed. Oh, crap. I didn't go this direction. Unfortunately. Too slow. I did not expect that to whiff me. Or that. Ugh, evil, I needed that. Oops. Oh. I tried. Yeah. Yeah, with like 3 health, you're not offsetting shit. Yeah, I'm gonna eat this hit too. I'm a big fan of how everything is forced to run away at certain HP thresholds. Really gives you the feel of anger. I whiff. Which terrible fate. I thought that would be a very different move. Take me with you. I thought I could squeeze a frame 1 counter in there. Turns out I very much cannot. Oh. It was already almost dead. Okay. That leaves Ray. We should be quick.
The specimen was... I see. What would you believe?
Right, so what do? We do Ray, and then we check the average of the uptimes. And then we check for eddy sets. And then we'll see if if my setup still decides to shit itself. Did I just see a polygon ray? I think he's gonna roll. Right. Now you're gonna discharge a little bit. I'm gonna focus track that a little bit. And a little closer. I'll do this. Predominant because I can. Jupiter has 20-year delay on that. Do it again. Oh, that was a flinch. I have no idea what effect it is. We be getting somewhere. That somewhere is the finish line, and boy, do I need to get there.
Lightning has the advantage on
Go on, normally you backflip here. Yeah, that's a good way. I'm offended that that hit. Anyway, that should be it. Yeah.
Be sure to compile this incredible feat and report every detail to the guild without delay.
Cool. That's that.
Typical meeting.
Just making sure it's actually saved. Alright. What are we doing? We are doing this sheet. Why is it annoying me? Please fucking let me open my own sheet. Awesome. Okay, it's open now. Right. Right. You are getting this. You are no longer getting this. You are getting this. we are done with the game itself. Now comes the math part. But first I need to see a bathroom from the inside. Do I give you AFK text or do I give you AFK video? Do we do this? Actually, I'll probably give you GIMP instead, because then we have background, it's colorful. So do we bounce this around or do we do video? Because I genuinely need to step away for like 6-7 minutes. We'll do video. I'll be right back. Hello there. If you see this, it means Sasch isn't here and pre-recorded me has to do unpaid overtime. I hope you didn't hear that actually. What? Nothing, boss. Anyway, I'd like to take this opportunity to say some things. Drink water, refill your drink, look outside to rest your eyes a little, get up and stretch, and all that good stuff. Real talk, I'm still figuring out a bunch of stuff. What with maintaining Wiggler, editing, streaming, script writing, thumbnails, and titles, and so on. I'm aware that everything's a little rough around the edges and all, but with what AI, specifically generative technologies, are doing, maybe that has its own charm? Oh no, I'm so sorry guys. Let me make some space for you. There, much better. I'm mostly operating on the principle that the information I compile and share is for you, while the video itself is for me. They're generally made in a way that I find them enjoyable and funny, and less focused on what you might enjoy. But I'm aware that that only gets me so far, especially in terms of growth, both as a person and as a channel. I genuinely value your input, not just the compliments. Besides Wilds, I want to finish up some playthroughs I started a while ago, and also play Frontier again. Outside of Monster Hunter, I've been enjoying the progression and Path of Exile 2, which will probably also feature here one of these years. Besides those, are there any other games you think I should play? Any topics you'd like me specifically to cover and discuss? Are there any creators you think I should reach out and work with? Let me know what you think. Alright, looks like we're back. Okay, I'm back. So what I missed? Yeah, let's get back to it. We were doing... Ha, got you. Still AFK. Haha, streamers, am I right? There's a Discord in the works, and it'll be linked in the description once it's actually done. And that's all pre-recorded Sasch has given me to work with. So all that leaves to be said is... thank you for being around. Anyway, have some happy chemicals. I brought a car. It's not mine, I found it somewhere. First and foremost, what I enjoy the most is learning things. And I've learned that the internet really enjoys cat, busy screens, and bad puns. So here's some. I'm not paid for my overtime here, so I'll just shut up and let you lot vibe until streamer Bossman is back. I will make a second AFK video sometime. Now, one of you that is very interested in the set building process that we are going to engage in, I need you to tell me if the mic store fucks up again. Because now that Wilds is closed, there is nothing that should impact my CPU pretty much at all. Like sub 10% values at this point. And I'm assuming it's that. Now. Them's the sets. Tis a collection. Them's... Actually, this is just... I don't need this anymore, actually. I can just remove this. So let's start with the uptimes. This can go. Close this. We'll try to jump in. Have fun with World, and thank you very much. It is required. Also, right, I wanted to test a stupid feature. Because apparently you can do things on YouTube. What does this do? Let's build the questions. Are you for real? I can't... I can't simultaneously have the Q&A open and the chat. Wow, thanks YouTube. Awesome. Really fucking awesome. Anyway. Enough molding. Why did I copy paste this here? Oh, I know why I copy pasted this here. Right. So first of all, this is important. We make this less god-awful to look at. This is important. And there we go. I forgot these bits. Then we go set 1. Text, the other shit. We're gonna set 1. We can do it a little bit further up. We can do set 1. We can do... We can do hunt 1. Specifically, let's go in order. We do Anja, Nath, Argh-Tempered Arghveld, Ragiakos, Stelagios, Gormagala, Ultra, Radar, Ufduna. We do skill. Oh, this is not going to be pretty, is it? It's better if I do it this direction. Oops. Oh. Sheets doesn't want me to work at peak efficiency. Okay, and then we do... We put set 1 here, we do skill here. And then the uptimes go here. Okay. Now I need to cope and pray that that all the uptime's actually saved. This is other stuff. This is other stuff. This is Gorg. That is not what we're looking for. And it closed entirely because fuck having a good UX. A day ago, a week ago. So we're looking at this. Okay. Thank you. I worked very hard on the spreadsheet. Basically not at all, but like, who's counting? Resentment 33.8. That's just the first thing that I see, so we're doing it like this. I will grab amped state because I know that Fox uses the value and I think he would appreciate having that sort of input. Like Eclipse. $68.7. First one.
Whimsy and wonder. Whimsy and wonder. Whimsy. What has Whimsy ever done for me? Whimsy doesn't pay my rent. Whimsy doesn't do my taxes. Fuck Whimsy.
I stand by that. I will be honest, the main reason that I have my guy idle in the top right is so that I can play the fuck Whimsy and Wonder clip. That is the only reason that that's there. First one, max might. Also, this is 80 arc actually. $73.7. I'm not counting coal, I'm counting Counter-Strike. 94.4. I should move all of these down one so that I can get this to here, which is 65. This was, yep. And then agitator, and that's 68.6. Okay, let me check. Next is Gore. Let's do Argh because I see it. 84.2. Counter-Strike. 80.1. Max Might. 79.6. Hello, come on. I wonder if I can just... No, that's not what I wanted to do. If I can just... Can I duplicate this? Oh god, this is absolutely not what I wanted to do. Just a little bit of attack addition. Nah. Can't get it to work good. I'm just gonna check the Q&A every now and again. I think that's the easiest way to go about this. Burst 1 and 2. 22.3 and 60.8. Like Eclipse 51.3 because on Go it's always really fucking bad for a reason. State 69 flat, nice. Resentment. Maybe I should track coal. Actually no, it's whatever the fuck. That's what coal is. State 69. Am I stupid? I might be. I'm looking for resentment. Yeah. 29.5. I am bad. Arghveld. I need to make this a little bit bigger. Is it at 49.7? Theoretically speaking, I could really make do with like a third and a fourth screen. It's so stupid, man. If you only have one screen, you kind of make do with what you have. But once you got a second screen, it starts seeping in that actually I could fill more. I don't think that there is a correct amount of screens. I just know that it's not one. I couldn't live with a singular screen anymore. We are getting somewhere, however slowly that is. 55.7 resentment on Laggy. State 73.4. Like Eclipse 71.8. Burst 14.6 and 72.3. This is one of those things. Like I emphasize in a lot of getting started with TCing, theory crafting, that collaboration is important. Because the amount of knowledgeable people and people wanting to put in the time and effort to actually get knowledgeable is so small in Wilds, I am basically one-manning swags, like besides a lot of the more super in-depth technical stuff. But like the day-to-day stuff and the mundane stuff, I have to solo. And collaboration is so fucking useful because one of you can just sit back and sometimes type in numbers and the other one just does the stuff and then says the numbers. It is significantly more annoying to do both. Part of why we're doing it this mathematically too is that I can't be fucked to run Wilds. Man, I tried, literally live. There's just so much to hate, man. All I wanted was a good game. Let's dial this a little while we're here. Steve. Resentment. 49.8. Should also add a note that percent damage dealt, not percent time active. Your back must be heavy. Thanks. No, I don't mind. I like puzzle solving like this. I just prefer to not have to do all the mundane stuff on top of all the other stupid stuff that just so happens if you are a larger collective working on something together. And then for some stupid reason I decided I should try the whole YouTube thing too, which is like 12,000 other small things that you have to learn. There's a whole science behind just thumbnails, dude. It's insane. But you know, I'm the right person to do that because I like learning about shit. But then also, like right here, the audio earlier and yesterday just shitting themselves for reasons unbeknownst to man. Why do I have a second set of Go Magala uptimes? Am I the stupid? Oh, right, because the first set that I took was from the side quest Go and not from the actual Go, so these can all go. You know what, I'll keep them, because now I have them. It's an extra data point. I will take extra data points. Boop. I'm looking for a resentment. 29.6. I am so bad against Gore. Unbelievable. Amped state. 68.1. Really? Black Eclipse. 54. Gore is really pulling the average down. I will doctor the numbers anyway to be a little closer to what I assume to be the actual numbers. Like, so that's another thing that I can't really put in a guide because it's just something that you need to develop an intuition and an understanding for over time. I am not using the numbers that I get one for one. Like, for example, I know that I'm overall above average good at maintaining max might. So if I now go and gather a bunch of uptime and end up at I average 89% max might, I am not plotting 89% in there because I know that I am relatively good at playing into it and that the people that I'm mathing for essentially are not. At the same time, I know that I'm really fucking bad at Go. Like, these are the lowest numbers always because I suck at Go. So I'm not going to take, oh yeah, 60% on burst stage 2 because that's just not how this works. My bad. So a little bit of fudging needs to be done to intuit where people stand. And like, to know what you're specifically bad at. But that's not something you can like easily explain. What I also do is I often fudge numbers in favor of Ellie files. Not because I want them to be better, but because I want to make damn sure that they are not. Like if I give them, say, 2 extra 3 slots to work with compared to powers, and they still do not compete, I don't need to care about Ellie much beyond that. It's when they can that extra workload happens. But again, that's not something you can easily put in a guide and explain to someone. That is to say, the numbers aren't made up, but they are minimally altered. Like I don't think I've ever done more than 4 or 5% points on any skill in a direction that I haven't measured. This is Nudra. 58.4. Yeah, that does make sense. Amp state. 64.8 does not. That was awful. Black Eclipse 70.6. Burst 1, 19.9. Burst 2, 73.9. Max Might 89.1. Counter-Strike 91.8. Agitator 70.5. Pull a US Congress and say LA files, get it, don't exist. I cannot explain to you how much I get that. I will say, the next video I am making is about this update. Like obviously, because you know, I'm not gonna call it urgent, but it is timely. But the one after that. Keep an eye on that one. This is 44 flat. Amp state 78.3. Go. 65 flat. Burst 1. 20.9 and 70.9. Max Might. 86.8. Strike. You see, the alley files. They're on my desk. We're working on them. I released all the alley files. They don't exist. This would be so much funnier if I prepped. Actually, who's stopping me from doing it? Right? Who's gonna do that? Who's gonna do that? Just a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and then we... Oh, come on. Gimp, don't do that, Gimp. You're better than this. This is stupid. This does not work. Hold on. It'll be funny in a minute. Hold on. Trust. Trust. I released all the early files. I'm glad we enjoyed this moment together. Uvduna. Oh, what the fuck? That was gore again? Oh, did I not save Uvduna? No, I forgot to screenshot Uvduna the other day. Oh, what terrible fate has befallen us. Real and true. Real and true. Anjanath, agitator 45.2. I'm just going randomly now. 45.2. Agitator 45.2.
Hi.
No, piss off. Evil. Numpad. One of these years I will remember. One of these years. 51.1 Counter-Strike. Axmite. 94.2 Burst Stage 2. 80.2 Burst Stage 1. 14.9 Guts. Right. Something that I've been meaning to bring up is where the fuck are we opening our group chat, if you will? Because I'm not willing to call it a server anymore. Because I'm not willing to open a Discord for this. Reason being that Discord can go eat dicks. That is not where we're going with this. We're going here, we're going here, we're going to live streams, we are going to yesterday's live stream. We are going to open this on YouTube. We are closing this tab. We are muting this. And then we scroll through until something looks vaguely like Uvduna. Oh, this looks like Gore. This looks vaguely Uvduna. Nope, that's Steve. No, that's peace discussion. This is Go. This is Udra. This is right. This is Duna. Okay. And somewhere in this direction. I don't need this. And then we just... Nah, a little bit cleaner so I can actually read this. I think we're streaming. That's a very strong positive in favor of streaming stuff because it's basically a safety copy. Resentment. I think that's 60.7. Yep. It is. $81.5 for amp. $71.5 for Black Eclipse. 17.1 and 76.8 for burst. $59.7 for max mild. What the fuck was I smoking yesterday? That is not a good result. And then 73.6 for agitator. Cool, that's set one. Now, count unique. So that's 10. Array formula. Sum D908 to M908 divide by 10. I need to make another Oh yeah, you wouldn't like this, would you? Can I pull this down? That's not how this works. Unfortunate. Alright, then let's just kill the array sum. The array. Excuse me, what do you mean value? Just want you to sum all of these up and then divide by 10. What do you mean? And then we just round to 1. And then we take this block and we move it here. Unformatted. Call it average. And put another thing around it. And then we put a thing here too. Oogie. I'm going to copy this entire block So I don't have to format it again. Clear these, kill these. So we didn't do it. We didn't do these two. Redo this. Actually, it was stupid because I'm going to boop, boop. Average. I'm going to take this block too. Oh, right, it is no longer doing the thing. Okay, okay, okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Divide by 8. That was stupid because I need to round it still. We started to go with go. I can't read this in 1080p. Wow. That's how low this is. Are we checking? We are doing gore, we're doing latent, we're doing dosh. So hold on, instead of resentment, it's dosh. Arguma. We don't have black eclipse, we have latent power. Still have burst, we have max might with counterstrike with agitated, but we oh, it was too much. Funny how that works. What we do have is convert element. So we have a few more data points, which is okay. Is that all there is? Didn't do anything else. I didn't do Ellie absorb because I don't care. Yeah, that should be it. Awesome. Cool. Doshaguma. 27.3, which is in line because I'm bad at Gore and that's not a good matchup for this. Amped state 71.5. Latent power 73.1. And at this stage, with this much latent power, Wax literally never competes on average. There's more to it than average, but it doesn't compete. Unfortunately. Unless you start accounting for wounds, in which case you have so many more problems on your hand. Because accounting for wounds is horrible. Max might 85.1. I hope that wounds die with wilds. I would love tenderizing if it's locked behind a skill and you could only ever tenderize one hit zone per player. Reward me to sticking to the same hit zone. Don't make me tender the whole fucking monster. Wounds could be cool, but they unfortunately aren't. Oh yeah, convert can't proc here, right? So I can keep looking at it until I turn blue in the face. It'll never appear. Because it literally cannot proc. Udra. Powerhouse 54.2. Amp state 77.6. Should it not have a mechanic that affects the monster like wounds and tenderizer like even be? Yeah. There's arguments to be made, yeah. Yeah. I'm just going back to the roots on the whole tenderizing mechanic. So, as many other things, that too was yoinked from Frontier. Specifically, Frontier has a skill that if you hit a single hit zone enough, that hit zone value becomes +5 for the entire team. And it stops being +5 if you hit different hit zones more. You can't stack them, so a hit zone can only ever be +5 once. That, I think, is a completely fair and cool mechanic behind a skill. That is allowed to exist in my book. Not whatever the fuck is going on with wounds and tenderize. Latent power 64.6. And that's still too much for Lex to compete. Burst 15.1 and 79.9 max mode. Come on, I know I use max mode. Where is it? There, 91.7. Counter-Strike. 92.2. So I eated a lot of shit. Argh-Tempered 67.7. And convert Eddie for 69.1? The fuck? That's a lot. Are we doing convert early? So now that's a cool mechanic that's actually balanced. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not over the top. It's not strictly required. You can't really break it off of that. I mean, mathematically it's still really annoying to count for, but like, it doesn't even reward you for being super aggressive or like playing perfectly. It rewards you to sticking to the same hit zone, even if the hit zone you're sticking to just so happens to be shit. Like, it promotes a fraction of the skill set that makes an mage player good. And I think that's awesome. But they don't have the balls to do that, because then certain people might feel left out. Because, oh no, this skill is so toxic, because I can't just hit wherever the fuck and deal more damage. And that's racist. Or some shit, I don't know. I don't speak Twitter very well. Twitter futurely X. 25 flat and then what? 65.8. $82. $91. And 63.2. Okay. Laggy. Max Mat 89.7. Counter-Strike 95.2. I did eat a lot of shit on this. Agitator 70.5. Convert 58. That also kind of makes sense. Burst 1 15.6. And 69.9. Latent power 76.5. Amp state 72.1. Doshaguma 40.5. Yeah, unfortunately, convert element does sound interesting all of a sudden. 89 on max might. See, luckily, I don't care about the element it provides. That is not the point, IMO. But the damage procs. Damage procs are hard to explain away, I'm afraid. Which is why I also screenshotted at the end of the quest, in the quest, so I can approximate how many procs I got in each hunt. But that is not data I am going to look at now, I don't think. Yeah, never mind, it doesn't work that way. It just shows me how much of the damage it was active for in flat values instead of percent. Wow, cool. So that endeavor was fucking useless. Well, not entirely. There is probably some knowledge to be learned there. Where's late? Oh, bottom, 71.9. Burst stage 1, 27.1. Burst stage 2, 61.6. What? 49.4 agitated? That is embarrassing. I'm in the wrong row. This was Counter-Strike. It's 84 because I eated a lot of shit. And convert Eddie for 60.1. Them's not fun numbers. It's 65.8 on You know what would be cool? If one of those trackers could track healing, I would like to have... a stat on how much health Arg 2Ps and so 2Ps and 4Ps probably too have recovered over the course of a hunt. I do not want to produce those numbers myself, but I would like for people across different weapons to test that, so that I can base my feeling and observation of it's complete and utter dog shit on actual numbers, instead of just pointing at myself and saying I say it's dog shit. Ultimately, it's something that I'm not required to strongly explain or account for, because it's not something that impacts damage directly. So I do not need to give a shit. But I would still like to have actual values to put to that claim. 91.3 on raid out. This is... you can tell that I know my raid matchup. Somewhat at least. Amp state 76.3. Latent power 49.5. That is the lowest. But I think it also just ran out on def 655. Yeah, that tracks. Baseball, huh? 13.2 plus 2. 81.6. Max might. 90.9. Counter Strike. $96.7. Agitator 77.4 and Convert Eddy for 63.7. Okay, them's the numbers. Now, which are the same? Amp state is the same, so I'm going to make the creative liberty to include these. Why are you valuing me, asshat? That is not how this is going. No, what do you mean there's a problem? Piss off. Huh? I should probably bracket these two. That is likely what's doing it. Yep. And then I can delete this. And color it black to make sure that it's down. Black Eclipse is exclusive. Burst 1 is not. Adding 2 of these. And then we can... That sounds wrong. Oh, it sounds wrong because 18. Right. Let's fix this first so that it doesn't bother me any further. And then we do plus some of these here. And then we delete this. Max might. Cool. Numbers. Applause. We have numbers. Just kidding, don't clap. We divide by 6 because we only look at relevant matchups, right? So that's 58.3 for convert early. I have an approximation somewhere of how much DPS I'm expecting to get out of convert early per point. I think it was below 1. Somewhere between below 1 and 1.5, I think, was the ballpark we're talking of. With 58% uptime, we can probably just call it like 1. So Econ 3 would be about 3 DPS. On relevant matchups, excluding the flat dragon it provides. So that's, if I recall correctly, I'll check in a little bit. But for now, we sit a little bit on what these numbers mean. The resentment number, for example, means that I played like shit into it. Like I need to play into it more. But that's a personal thing. Dosh is horrendous. That can be so much better, as evident in Radar. Not sure about Laggy, he kind of has to cooperate, but Steve could be way, way higher. Gore, I don't know. Arghveld, it could be way higher. Anjanath, I really don't fucking care. Uvduna has more that you can offset, and Udra has more that you can offset, but Udra also went by really quick and he didn't get to get that many moves off, so it's fine. Latent power is still really good. So the next thing is to turn these into a human readable table, so I can copy paste it to Pilgrim, so you can import it into Math Hunter, and then we do math. I think that is the order of operations that we do this in. So we just do resentment, Black Eclipse, and then we do burst 1. No, we just do Toshakuma's Might, Latent Power, burst 1, Max Might. That's the wrong burst 2. One of these years. Max Might, Counter Strike, Agitator, Red Element. And then this is just this. And percent. Black Eclipse is just this. And percent. And then Dashaguma's Might is this and percent. And then Latent Power. Like from this on, it's just. Basically, this is B. Am I that dumb? Please type in the things. Cool, and now we just take these, copy it, secretly navigate to a Pilgrim. Paste it in. Unformatted. Doesn't fucking work. Shit ass up times. And now we wait for the busy man to do his thing. And in the meantime, we will take these same values and input it over here. And then I don't fucking care for coal, man. Just let it be 100 or don't. I don't give a shit. This is my yeah, this is my copy. Yeah, this is my copy, so I can do dumb shit. Except I shouldn't do dumb shit because I'm comparing different sets to each other, right? I hate it here. Anyway. Who's okay buddying me? Is it Sarah? There's Sarah. Unbelievable. Personal shit. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's so many screenshots of dumb stuff. Alphabetically, agitators 71.6. Oh, right, we're doing full values only, right? Let's round down. I think 70% Aggie is something I can get behind. Shit enrages fast and we have big damage. Burst. 2170 is what I had. And we checked for 20 and 72, so that can just stay. That is the fudging that I spoke about earlier. Convert Ellie. Fuck, man. 58. It's fine. Counter-Strike for 88.1%. Is that something that I'm confident in claiming people will have 88% uptime on Counter-Strike? Probably not. Let's stick to 78. I mean, it's not like there's competition, right? There's no set where we would care to slot it out, and it doesn't impact anything other than crit, which we are aiming to get 100 now again, instead of being able to stop at like 70 or 80 or so. Yeah, I think I feel more confident. I think I feel more comfortable calling it at 78% for people that are not me and probably neither as bad nor as aggressive as myself. 87 on max might, we might have to dunk down a little bit. We checked for 84.2, let's call it 80. Latent power for 65, 63 is perfectly fine. Doshoguma's might for 50, I think that's also fair. We had it at 80, but I think 60 maybe? More feeling 60, like generally speaking, you get better uptime on it if you hunt a monster more, and I didn't hunt any of these very long or very much, so it's fine. Gore, Magala, 72, I got 67, yep, perfectly fine. It got completely nuked by Gore itself, so it's okay and dandy. Resentment, 50%, I carved 44 because I'm bad, yep, that also works. I'm just requiring people to play into Resentment because it's a specific type of set that you built. And that should cover all of it. Yep. EB. Yeah, I'm fine with this as it is. Okay, cool. Now then. We look at sets. I should have probably named all of them something so that I could tell them apart while at it. I need to show you a GIMP. That's probably not legible, but I also don't think I'm much of a main monitor content anyways, that's fine. Let this merely be proof of my work. What's this? GABLP, this is Pinnacle. Which sub-variant of it? It's Convert. It's Pinnacle Econ. Pinnacle Econ. And then this is probably Pinnacle Stun Res. No, this is Pinnacle Resentment. Is it also Udra? Yeah, it's Pinnacle Udra. Your main monitor content. Your pop-up content. That's good. Dude, that's awesome. I love that. And this is Pinnacle, Layer, Comfort. And then this is Wax Sentiment. Wax Sentiment. And then this is... Wait, that's Wax Sentiment with more of it. What the fuck? What's the difference here? The difference is stun res. Stun res. This is F2, yep. Wax Sentiment, no stun res. And then also just fucking randomly bind res. Because the hard waste good. Funny how that goes. This is Wax Burst Boost. Wax Odo. Is this also Wax Odo? Nope, this is Wax Powerhouse. Wax Dosha. Laggy. Dosha Guma has the funniest problem to me. It is genuinely hilarious to me. So, the Dosh 2-piece is good. Unequivocally, it's good. There's no debate about it. But it's not good enough, is the unfortunate thing. And it's so not good enough that every time you go looking at a 2-piece Odo set, you will be surprised by how much more it can fit compared to what you're used to, and how it's just still never enough. It is so unfortunate. It's such a good bonus. It's so inoffensive. It's fine. It's just fine, but just fine never fucking does anything, unfortunately. I would like to see it be good. Good enough to actually be included somewhere, but it just never is, unfortunately. And then this is Wax, and then what? It's literally just Wax good stuffs, right? Wax RGAB. The standard stuff, and then hasten recovery and binding counter and flayer 2 and Wax good stuff's comfort. I can foresee a set like this being a pretty standard recommendation for stuff. Like it's got 5 1-slots. That's basically all you need, right? You slap stun res in there, and then you have 2 slots to do Steve shit with, or 80 Ufduna shit, or 80 new Udra shit. Like it's always 2 points, 2 1-slots that are important to get. It comes with flinch free, so that's something. I feel like this could be a comfort-esque set. So that's cool. I'll still run those. And then what the fuck is this? Wax. Maybe... Is this good stuff but without 1 slots? The same fucking set? No, it's not. What the fuck is on it? Why'd I save it? Oh. It's Wax Good Stuff Scorcher. Right. Because apparently I'm checking for that too. Blech. Need to make this smaller actually, because it don't fit in here. Wow, now it's legible for none of us. That's fair. X. Wax dash gore. No, stop trying to rescale. You don't need to. Wax. It's just worse. Wax good stuff, right? Or does comfort not use gore? Nope, comfort does use gore. Is it cheaper? Nope. I don't fucking care. Wax good stuffs. Why question mark? It moves up. Actually, does it do? So, Arghveld, gore. Nope. Doesn't do anything else. And then... This is just the same fucking... This is just year-old Ellie. Year-old Ellie. This is not updated. Because... There was nothing done for this set. Funny how that goes. This is also an old set. This is also an old set. Specifically, this is Pinnacle. It's baseline Pinnacle. Actually, no, it's Comfort Pinnacle because it now fits stun res 3. But so does this, right? I'm gonna flick between the two a little bit, I'm sorry in advance. Black Eclipse Thunderous Raw, Black Eclipse Thunderous Raw, and then Flare 2, Burst 1, Blight Res. This is flinch free instead, and Burst. Of course it has Burst. But those are functionally the same set, except one is just strictly stronger. Surely I had a reason for saving this. I think I was just excited that it could fit stun res. Did I capture what I searched for here? Fuck it, I'll lead it in with these up here. We need Doshgama. Apology. Real. Just move one a bit to the left so you can see the active skill on both. Yeah, I could. But you see, it is part of my culture to complain, not to actually do something about the things we complain about. So if I run out of things to complain about, what's the point in living, dude? So best make small inconveniences for yourself to always be upset at something. That's the efficiency that people praise us for. This is Wax Alley. So that's something. What is this? This is resentment. And then what? Gore, sentiment, art rush, flair. That is a lot of things. The current resentment thing does not fit this shit, right? Switch X meta resentment gore. No, it fits gore. It fits gore, all right. But it also fits latent 3 is kind of the deal. And then what? Ultra-Go, Guts, Latent. Resent Aggie. That's the same. That's the same. That's the same. Stunress is new. And antivirus is not new, right? It is not new. So this is just essentially the same set, but it now also fits fucking... I just replaced LP with layer. And add rush, technically. Resentment situation. LP3... Add rush 1, layer 1. It's not even a wax set. So it stays down here. This is stupid. This is a stupid set. Yep, that's a stupid set. 5 points of speed eating. This is a stupid set. Resentment, Aggie Guts, Black Eclipse, Scorcher, Bad Blood. Yep. This is Resentment, Gore, Scorcher. Because that's something that you can do now. This is Wax, Gore, Scorcher. Wax, Gore, Scorcher. That gets moved up a little bit. Wax Fortify. This is literally just Wax Fortify. That's all that this is. This is also Wax Fortify. What's the difference? Layer? Wax Fortify, Gore. Okay. I think them's the main ones. Am I swayed to try for Wax Econ? Would that work out? We want Econ. Mean to be disrespectful, you still likes to hurt my man. Oh, no, 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 no. It was not taken as disrespect. I'm just audibly shitposting is all, don't worry. Do not worry. I am just chilling and shitposting. I do think that you were also joking. Oh no, I got God. I think I will be swayed to look at Econ, Wax Econ. The question is, will it fit? Because we kind of really want gore. Yeah, it should be able to fit. But then, and what is sort of the thing? Like attack boost is, I think, mandatory here. It has slots. I forgot to check wax. Yeah, okay, never mind. It might be dead. It might be dead. Let's stitch stun dress and see what happens. Oh God! Exactly one possible set. That is rough. Yeah, somehow I have a feeling that this is not going to take off. That's hella unfortunate. Am I sure that I didn't oopsie somewhere and required it to do something that I don't need it to do? I mean, we could drop the attack boost, but it's kind of mandatory to get at least attack boost 2 to like have it compete. So on the high end, this is not really going to work out, I don't think. And then... And then anti-AT Gorg, right? Anti-AT Argh. Which would unfortunately be vaguely in the same ballpark. Does Econ make sense here? It probably does if we get Blight Res. Oh fuck, what do you even ditch for this? This fucking type. Maybe Agitator? A little bit of Aggie, a little bit of no Aggie. We can do Aggie 4. So that's just the same fucking set. Basically. Also Flayer too, so it's very sparkly, I suppose. Maybe they'll do it then. Trying to figure out what your resentment uptime would be without actually tracking it is hard. Yep. Yep, it is. It depends on the weapon, but for us it's especially difficult because the more you instinctually perfect counter, the worse your uptime will be. It's less painful now that we, well, at least I tend to Rising Slash more because you get them out quicker. But early on, when Udra came out and people were simping for bad blood and resentment, and the setup would be you just counter roll FRS. By the time you finish your roll, your red HP would be gone because counter does not produce a whole lot of it. Like, you have to really play into it to get a lot out of it. Which on a speedrun level of commitment is fine. Casually, you're just not doing it. Like, it's just not happening. Yeah, I don't know. I would probably try something in this ballpark for AT Arg. Max cuts, Aggie, and then haste and recovery is just on there, but it's useless. Don't get any wrong impression. Convert LE3, Blight Res 3, Counter-Strike, yada yada yada. But then also Gore and Flare and Attack Boost 2. So the charm is AB2, Max Might 2 with a 2 and a 1, and you have no wiggle room. You can make it Counter-Strike too, but like, you don't really have wiggle room here. I think I care enough to actually try and calc it. It doesn't do stun res. Ha! Never fucking mind, it's worthless. Never mind, it's a really bad idea. It doesn't even stun res. Right. This is not going anywhere. Yeah, no, I think this angle is not the correct one to go about it. Could drop Gore maybe. But in favor of what? Oh, I'm not going to optimize for AT Arg. Not today. I will do it on request at some point in the future, maybe, if I feel like it. But definitely not today. Today we crunch some number. How many did I say is this? 90 sets. So we can either do 2 more or 1 less. To have it be quote-unquote optimal. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. What are you giving up for resentment then? Your set should be awfully similar to ours, as far as I know, because you do go Counter-Strike, right? And you also go Max Might, and then you also want Agitator. And then you also want some form of affinity, and that's going to be Wax in your case, probably. Like, Leighton is probably not a way to go for you guys. And then you probably want Gore in some capacity. You want Guts in some capacity. And then what? That's kind of the baseline, right? Like, you can't really drop much below that. Then you have what? Yeah, Quick Sheath, right? Quick Sheath, so that's 1 slot. If you even use that anymore, I don't fucking know. Then maybe Ellie? From a runner and a Gore set from Gathering Hall. Oh, yeah, okay. Probably ask Timmy. Like, Timmy would know, I think, if he's available. But yeah, runners are also having significantly different uptimes. Because, you know, we can just, I say we can just make it happen and like can reset until it happens. I'm doing a thinking, and while I'm doing a thinking, might as well just work on this in the background a little bit. I'm trying to think about what the archetypes are at a greater scale. If that makes sense. Like, how do I put this? Wax builds different than latent power does. Like, Wax wants gore so much more than latent power does. You can make LP working sets that do not use gore. They're not very good, but you can make them. Resentment kind of wants gore. It also kind of wants wax. Okay. Resentment kind of wants gore, kind of wants wax, but also just so happens to have such a humongous amount of raw that it doesn't really matter how much affinity you get beyond baseline. That's kind of the appeal behind it. So that's its own archetype of sorts. And then Ellie is its own thing. And then Wax is kind of bleeding a little bit into other things. Am I missing anything is the question on hand. Because I don't feel like I am. There is a 4-piece GOG variant that I wanted to look at. I think we can do that now. I have looked at Fortify. I have looked at Ellie. It's pretty much only 4-piece GOG missing then, right? So let's go look at that. Do we want gore with that? I do think we want gore with that. Reset this. Give me these two. This is actually useless because we are never fitting. We're just strictly not fitting, what's it called? Guts. Physically impossible. Well, unless we do. Ah, that could be the two sets. That sounds reasonable. I'd imagine resentment is a lot harder for you guys than for us. It just feels based. Actually, no, we're not doing gore. That's the whole appeal, right? Specifically, Wax I wanted to see. Right. Gog Apocalypse. Wax 5, Counter-Strike. Agitator is non-negotiable, Burst is non-negotiable. That'll be that, right? This doesn't hit 100 because we don't do gore. Can it fit Guts? Because I'm fairly sure that this is something that just rolls up, so if we roll Lord Soul, it should have the Guts. In my head. Yep, it do. It sure fucking do. It has Guts and it has Space. That is interesting. Can it then also Econ? It can also Econ then. But it uses a craftable charm. Yeah, that's the whole problem here. Can it do... It should be the same tier, right? Can it do... Yeah, and then it has 1 slot. Yeah, then it just has 1 slot. Okay, can I do Power Pro? Like, I don't want to do Power Pro on it, do I? I need to think for a moment. If we do... We kind of really would enjoy one more Ellie skill, wouldn't we, on the weapon? Like, I don't fucking know, Elemental Exploit. Because then you could go Power Pro, Ellie Attack, Ellie Exploit, Ellie Attack, Crit Ellie, Ellie Attack. And that would just be done. But Crit Boost is also kind of a thing that exists, so that's... I feel like there's just no good way around it. Oh yeah, that's... I'm stupid, that's not how this works. Is this correct side? Yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, no, never mind. Power Pro, Power Pro, Power. Bauer Prolonger. Surely I've entered these. Sure did. Yeah, and it's mostly finding this shit, so we do stun res, because stun res... What else do you fit? Speed eating 2, so we can do speed eating 3 and then have 2 left. And that's just enough to do other shenanigans with. Yeah. Yeah. Am I the stupid? Where on earth is speed eating here? Go on. Do the thing. So that's the one more we can run through the numbers. Four-piece Gog stood guts PS. Okay. And then we'll take it a step further and try for Econ. Actually, no, we try for Gore and no guts. We try for Gore. No guts. Does not fit shit. Gore Magalas, Tyranny, where? Here. Evil. Fucked up and evil. Oh yeah, but of course it won't find shit like this. That wouldn't be very cool, I'm afraid. Oh yeah, Wax, duh. I am very not smart right now. Okay. Stun rest, kind of important. And I would like coal free. Find me stuff. You don't. Okay. Does it do? It do stun rest. It do indeed stun rest. And all of these are just the same fucking set, right? Sure looks the part. So let's just go speeding 3 because we can. Speeding? Any speeding? Speeding? Yeah, all of these are just the same fucking set. Oh, wait a minute. Why does it use Gore Helm? I think in this context, Gore Helm is correct. Maybe. This is the 4-piece Gore stupid BS. That okay. Cool. Save the fucking document. And I am not aware of any potential set I could be forgetting. What do we calc against? I think the smartest thing would be 2 theoretical averages. Why the fuck does it? Oh yeah, because I moved it here. Because I'm lazy. Theoretical average, and then theoretical average, relevant theoretical average, and then probably... Oh shit, I need to implement that. Probably one of the Arghveld hit zones. Actually, never mind. I don't care about the fucking Arghveld hit zones. I'm calculating these 2 and that should be enough. How do we say? Because this is then now, what, 21 sets? So it's 7 rounds of calcing. Do I do it like that? Do I just... I think I will just write the amount of combos it takes to slay on each set in GIMP. And then that's that's the most accurate thing. Dude, I can't fucking... Math is hard, no wonder I almost didn't go to college because of it. Yeah. Math is cool sometimes and sometimes not. The thing you need to understand about math is that it's another language. It's literally just another language. Okay, that'll be the dry part. Is there anything left to do after this that will need doing? I need to write a couple paragraphs naturally. I need to write the script. Proc sets need doing, but that is absolutely not urgent. Like if I do them sometime in between now and when Argh is a month from release, it'll be fine. I need to maybe find a template around proc to make that easier in MR, but I'm also likely not going to like super hardcore play Worlds Breakborn either. So in the immediate future, it's just mathing this out and writing a few paragraphs about it and the video. Right. Yeah. I think that's literally it. And then I never have to touch Wilds again. Isn't that cool? I probably still will because it's tradition that I do the Monster Hunter quest. And that will not die with Wilds because fuck Wilds. But man's gotta have standards. Anyway, I will... How long have I been here? 4.5 hours. Yeah, fuck it. I'll take a couple minutes to stretch and shit, and then we will do the number crunching so that at least there is some sort of record about the work having been done and something you can point people to if they keep asking stupid questions. Don't clip that bit. Anyway, I will be right back. I will spare you the super loud AFK video. Will I? That'll be like 6 minutes. No, fuck you, after the video. Hello there. If you see this, it means Sasch isn't here and pre-recorded me has to do unpaid overtime. I hope you didn't hear that actually.
What?
Nothing, boss. Anyway, I'd like to take this opportunity to say some things. Drink water, refill your drink, look outside to rest your eyes a little, get up and stretch, and all that good stuff. Real talk, I'm still figuring out a bunch of stuff. What with maintaining Wiggler, editing, streaming, script writing, thumbnails, and titles, and so on. I'm aware that everything's a little rough around the edges and all, but with what AI, specifically generative technologies, are doing, maybe that has its own charm? Oh no, I'm so sorry guys. Let me make some space for you. There, much better. I'm mostly operating on the principle that the information I compile and share is for you, while the video itself is for me. They're generally made in a way that I find them enjoyable and funny, and less focused on what you might enjoy. But I'm aware that that only gets me so far, especially in terms of growth, both as a person and as a channel. I genuinely value your input, not just the compliments. Besides Wilds, I want to finish up some playthroughs I started a while ago, and also play Frontier again. Outside of Monster Hunter, I've been enjoying the progression in Path of Exile 2, which will probably also feature here one of these years. Besides those, are there any other games you think I should play? Any topics you'd like me specifically to cover and discuss? Are there any creators you think I should reach out and work with? Let me know what you think. Alright, looks like we're back. Okay, I'm back. So what I missed? Yeah, let's get back to it. We were doing... Ha! Got you. Still AFK. Haha, streamers, am I right? There's a Discord in the works, and it'll be linked in the description once it's actually done. And that's all pre-recorded Sasch has given me to work with. So all that leaves to be said is... thank you for being around. Anyway, have some happy chemicals. I brought a car. It's not mine, I found it somewhere. First and foremost, what I enjoy the most is learning things. And I've learned that the internet really enjoys cat, busy screens, and bad puns. So here's some. I'm not paid for my overtime here, so I'll just shut up and let you lot vibe until streamer Bossman is back. I'm not quite used to the delay that the microphone has yet, unfortunately. Otherwise I could sync that up and it would be funny. Anyway. Number. We already did uptimes. So now is the sets that I need to port. Pinnacle Econ. Pinnacle Udra, Pinnacle Flare Comfort. Pinnacle Udra. Pinnacle Comfy. Okay. Can't use that numpad. Do they all? No, this use Power Pro, this use Power Pro, this use Attack Boost, so only the third one gets any skills. This one does not. You get AB4. Do any of you get CB4? All of you get CB4. What? We don't care about the rest. IG5. All of you use Lord Soul because I'm not stupid. Not that stupid anyway. Latent 4. With or without? With Ray. Okay. Turn these two up. Econ 3. Econ 3, Econ 3, Econ 3. Max my Counter Strike. Where? Here. Antivirus 3. And go. Go to. Burst 1. That should be all of them. Really? Thunder Reservoir, Black Eclipse, Guts. Reservoir doesn't matter. Otis, Calc. Gore, Guts. Yes. Cool. And then the second one. Latent 4, Crit Boost 4, yada yada yada. And a couple others. Okay. You use Mutiny. Yes. You also got Ray. Also got Guts. Yes. Don't have Gogma Apocalypse. Neither do you. Agitator 5. Antivirus 3. No Econ. Latent 4, max might. How much resentment? 2. The math people really do be mathing. Hello, Jerry. First one. What's in here that's not supposed to be in here? I don't think anything, right? this is largely the same loadout. I say carefully. Latent. Number is correct. Udra, Gore. Nope, nope, yes. And Guts. Okay, that is the second. The third. The third is the one with the early skills. Agi, Latent for Thunderous Roar, okay. Agi, Latent, let's delete this. Counter Strike, Latent for Max Mind, Resentment, any resentment? Any resentment? Nope, Flare. And antivirus, right? Right? Yes, okay, good. Good. No massive mistakes made so far. In set building, no Udra, but Gore. Don't got any of these. We do have Guts. We do. And that should be that. Okay. Damns the pieces. What do we work with? Pinnacle Econ goes Max Raw. Pinnacle Udra goes... They all go Max Raw. Kind of unhinged to think about that on paper. The Pinnacle Econ set kills a 9-5 in 23.5 FRS loops. That is a little bit disturbing, I will say. Ay. It's a little bit disturbing. Let's go with 2 raw F. Is that better? 23.4. I can just control Z this, right? No tangible difference. Wow. Awesome. Yeah, okay, so that goes with the standard max raw. Okay. To Gimp. And then what do I even note here? Do I note? I think I'll note DPS. And then just, that's also stupid. I will note both. Or do I make a table for it? I think a table for it is nicer, right? I will note it in GIMP because fuck this. Standard. Okay. And then what was it? 23 theoretical relevant. One is too small. Theoretical relevant average. 23.4. 215.8. 215.18. And 23361. at 64.3. We make a nice little. Then we do a TR for the other one. That's 20.9. At 240.26. And 57.5 at 261.24. This is oops. This is not how this works. Should be 0.26. And I'm just stupid. 0.26. And then we do little line. And then we do any. Okay, and it's 24.5. This just fucking sucks to do in a table, I feel like. It'll be gigantic again, and I don't want gigantic tables anymore. Like, they are useful for doing something that I did when Argh came out. Because then it made sense, because I needed to get a hold on what is an alley matchup and by how much, and understand the general rules in building alley. But since we done did that, I do not want large tables anymore. So instead I'm just grabbing... I mean, I suppose I could grab screenshots of this. That's even more work. So that's also pretty annoying. And this way it's directly on the set. All of this is basically just note taking. But yeah. And 70.5 to 1278 to 12.78. Dude, if you saw this, you could almost mistake me for someone who has actual handwriting. Awesome. Boom. Next one. Relevant. This is Pinnacle Udra, right? So that's 24.1. Evil. Theoretically relevant average. 23.4. What's this? At 20882. 208.82. Yeah, so is mine. I think that's just kind of how these things work. 64.3. I just fucking read it again in like 2 or 3 hours when it becomes relevant. I mean, I could also just put it all into like a doc. But I think this gives more information to me right away. It's like realistically, this is the most important to me. Because there's still interpretation left to be done with this data. And that's sort of... That's just the wrong number. Okay, cool. Just write the wrong number, it's fine. $21.5. Yeah, a big part of theory is interpreting numbers, and that's just that's also something you can't really teach someone. Like, if you think back about how the matter worked and was explained back in World, which is a significantly simpler game, might I add, compared to how we didn't really have someone of the caliber of, say, Jinx explain Rise to what is now being done publicly. Like, just a difference in skill level that was required to theorycraft and theorycraft well and correctly and get actual correct results is much higher now. We have advanced so much in that time frame. But while we did that, we kind of lost the plot in trying to explain it to anyone. I say that. 198.25. 693. And 1657. I can write this nicer. This is very experimental, I feel. This is not how I'm going to do this in the future anymore. Just fucking using GIMP to manually write numbers on stuff. I don't think. It's an annoying process. But I kind of want to see what it's like in when I start writing the script and sort the sets and whatnot. It's 6.48. Is this legible? It's largely legible, that's good enough. It's not the best set anyway. Relevant. Relevant, theoretical, no, it's TRA, right? Yeah, I typed TRA. So this is TRA 24. with 20936. Average. Theoretical average. Make 2 lines. Oh fuck, I'm stupid. No. There we go. 658. For 227.93 to 227.93. Theoretical average. That'll be 21.4. Two, 3, 4.83 and 586 58.6 425.611 256.11, and then we have the early outlier, which is 25.1. For 19986. And 687. For 218.38. And then we have the raw outlier, which is probably what this one is. No, it's never the best. Interesting. 26.4 at 190. Oh, right, it needs element because it's the one that uses ally attack. Suddenly it makes sense. 2.6 for 206.56. So the neat part is I can already start sorting. Because these are vaguely the same set, basically. We could just look at which one performs best. Is this really true? Theoretical? Relevant? That is not true, I'm just stupid. Second number is true though. 4.1. Yeah, okay. So the econ variant is probably just it then. But you can't really do the econ variant always. You can't do the econ variant always because you don't always get it live because you need to take ally damage. And then sometimes the comfort one is better. And sometimes it's not. I think I feel better recommending the comfort variant. It is close enough. Should be close enough, is close enough that it doesn't really It's not really a functional difference, I don't think. Yeah, I think I'll go with that. I will keep the econ variant in mind for the other econ sets. And otherwise we will go with the Comfort Pinnacle, which is weird because the other one has Udra. But I guess 2 points of Flayer are 2 points of Flayer. And that's just how that goes. So this one is kill. Goodbye. And the Comfort one moves forward, and the Econ one needs to be checked against other Econ sets. I will just move that to the very bottom. That's for later. And so far, this one is looking hella good, but I need to fix this value real quick. Or do I? It's 24 on something. Yeah, no, this is actually correct. Okay. And then there's a flat out Comfort one that doesn't have like half the shit. I think that one I just remove, right? This has Stun-Res, right? Yeah, it does have Stun-Res. And Flayer and Thunderous Roar. What's comfy about this? Probably had slots, but like it gains nothing. I'll just kill it. Goodbye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Wex sets. Eight Wex sets. Flayer really does something in the numbers, right? I'm hearing that a bunch. Like, you wouldn't expect it, but it really impacts DPS. Like, more than most other skills. Which is fucking wild, considering how bad it seems. Like, even before the buff, it's one of those things. It's genuinely just one of those things. Flayer offers more problems than solutions, but somehow it's good. That I don't fucking get. Like, you wouldn't arrive to the conclusion just looking at the number and like how it works and shit. You just wouldn't get there. It's so weird. I fucking hate everything about it. Here we fucking are. And all of these hit 100, right? Let's see, 30. Fuck, how much is Aggie for? Is that 12? So that's 42. Then 25 is 67, and that's 97. Yeah, that's basically 100. So these are the second type of weapon. 2 raw F, 2 raw F, 2 raw F. What pisses you off the most is that it's a status. Welcome to the club. Oh, wait a minute. Is this correct? Weapon list. 1 max raw. 248 minus 10. No, it's actually correct. Okay, cool. I forgot how fuck huge Gorg made the values go. Like, in what world is 248 base raw okay in high rank. I'll tell you, it's not okay. What the shit? I've said it somewhere before, but I'm so looking forward to Master Rank, where the very first thing you have to do is upgrade your hope axe, because tutorial forces it, and you know, obviously you forgot how to upgrade stuff with the smith in the meantime, and it'll just have 400 base raw and 1600 units of purple, because that's the type of game Wilds is shaping up to be. Just saying. Okay, so this is AB2, so it hits AB5. This is AB2, so it hits AB5, and this does not, so this is CB5. No attack boost. I think this one is DOA. Just like statistically speaking. So that's a lot of raw that's just gone. The rest is correct here. And then the first one hits Argh-4. Argh-4, Wax 5. Let's delete all of this. Wax 5. Counter-Strike, Resentment. Udra? Oh yeah, Udra. Counter-Strike 3, Resentment 3, Dup. Pro, Stunress, Bad Light, Black Eclipse, Burst. Also antivirus, right? Right? Antivirus, Burst. And then Gore and Udra. And Guts and Burst. Guts and Burst. Yep. That should be it. I really hope they chill with the raw on the portable. Even Balstag's fight was not that long. You haven't seen shit. Like, we're all in agreement that the direction we're taking with sets and just what skills are able to do and stats and the whole fucking games, we're going in the direction of Frontier. I would like to point out Frontier's Zenoga swags. This is before G rank. In the in-between rank, between high rank and G rank, you get to Zenoga. And if you upgrade his swags to the maxed version of that rank, it gets a little bit of the juicy sharpness. It gets a whole lot of the purple sharpness, and then it gets a little bit of the white sharpness. Now, it cannot physically drop below white. Like, the sharpness bar starts at white. It does not have blue and green. It just starts at white. And there's a few weapons like that. There's exactly nothing that stops them from just doing that in mainline too. Like, oh, Valstark has like 200 hits of white. How about you get 0 hits below white? It's unhinged. If I recall correctly, that swags isn't even particularly good. Just to like add on top of that. There's a couple weapons like that. It's so stupid. And I love everything about it. But man, is it stupid. Just making sure I get everything in the first set. I do. We move on to the second. I should move this to the bottom and add like a check below. Just so that I don't mix them up. Okay, that's the first one. And the second one is also stupid. It just fits resentment 4, but it doesn't do... And Agi 5, right? Right? Not right. It keeps this. It keeps this because obviously it does definitely not do this. Max might? I do have max might, right? I just overlooked that, right? Right. Okay. That's good. That's good. I am not yet a dementia patient. Not yet. That's good. Bad Blood, Black Eclipse, burst 1. Burst. Where do I go? Guts. How the fuck does this drop stun rest 3? And the only thing it fits instead is resentment 4 coming from resentment 3. I would think that that's something that we would happily drop. Or stun rest. Right? Like there's no flare or anything. That's correct, there is no flare or anything. Yeah. Okay. And then the stupid set that is almost guaranteed to be DOA because all the sets that go into this direction are DOA. It's fucking Odogoron. Same fucking principle, but it's Odo. And that's never shaping up good. How much resentment is in this? None. Yeah, okay, no wonder it's going to be DOA. Beautiful how that goes. Still does guts though, right? Yes. And still does gold package, just this, and then also burst, and then also counter strike, and then also not flare. Probably not flare. They do wax though. It does burst 2. Wowzers. Wait, where the fuck are you fitting attack boost? Oh, because... Okay, yeah, I see where that idea is coming from. Okay, never mind, all good. So it's using a craftable charm. It's getting Odo 2-piece. Yeah, this is not going anywhere. I'm like 90% sure I don't even need to check against anything. There's nothing this is gonna win. God, I fucking hate it, man. I wish Odo was better than it is. For us anyway. Is the Frontier Special Axe? What do you mean by Frontier Special Axe? Also, yeah, YouTube is doing YouTube things, unfortunately. It's been having issues quite a lot these last 2 days. It might have to do with that block. It might. I don't know for sure. There's this stupid thing they've been doing where apparently you can't read comments or leave comments if you use adblock. Sometimes. I don't fucking know, man. It's something. Doesn't Frontier have a new axe weapon? It has swags. Like that it's just swags. Unless you mean on that one particular server, then possibly. Oh, I should rename these to actually reflect what they are. Right, that's Wax Sentiment Stunress. Wax Sentiment Stunress. This is Wax Sentiment No Stunress. And this is Wax Odo. Wax Odo low DOA. This is my actual prediction. It will be DOA. Not because of my doing. It will just not be good. Because it never is. And that's once again shaping up to be true. I'm just going to check if it has a higher number than any of the others in any category. Because if it doesn't, that is not looking good, Odo. You're not going to win anything again. It could have been good, but it just isn't. Cool, and now we just compare these two. It's about a 1% difference in that. On Eddie, matchups where you wouldn't even bring them. That's effectively no real difference, right? It's like 1 DPS diff in like 228, 229, 250. 256 to 257 is 1.5. But I do feel like I do want to prioritize Stunress. I don't think it's feasible against a lot of matchups to play well without Stunress for the average person. So what changes? What do we gain for Stunress? Just to make sure, it's just that one level of resentment. Yeah. Well, and 1 point of flinch free, but like, get lost about flinch free. Yeah, we're doing the Stunress variant, even though the other one is technically better. And we do that because the... My bad. Because the Flare Comfort one, let's see. That's what, 24 and 65.8 on TRA. 24. Oh no, without Stunress it would actually beat it. Ever so slightly it would actually beat it. Ever so slightly, like super ever so slightly. But they would be... Oh god, it's 0.5%, man. It's 0.5%. And both charms are super cancer to get. Like super duper cancer. Can I optimize this further? I don't think I can. These uses gore grease, so maybe, because then that would be the new thing to look at. You roll guts. Then you do antivirus. You don't do Stunress. Yeah, I've just discovered we don't do Stunress right now. Aggie 4, because then it fits. Burst, Max Might, Counter-Strike. We do Wax, that's kind of the whole point. I think Wax alone would make it interesting. Nodra. Lord Soul. Attack boost 2 at minimum because no slot weapon. Okay. Send it. How about Power Pro 2? How many slots? 2. And none of them fit Aggie 5. So slots is workable. It is technically workable. Technically, it is workable. You know what? I think the no stun rest version is playable because you get stun, quote unquote. No, you get stun rest too. But it doesn't find. Am I doing something wrong? Am I missing something here? Hold on. You find antivirus battle at 1 con burst. I've not forgotten to get burst right now. Oh, that's just what the fucking set is, huh? Let's go freeze and then slap in the actual skill loadout. Is it 4? It cannot be 4. Yeah, lol, it literally is unable to be 4 because rarity 8s don't roll what we need. Okay. So that's never worth it. And then Power Pro. Search. 8 matches. I am willing to do stun rest 2. Oh, Axelax, yeah. Comments work fine for me and as a regular uBlock. Yeah, same here. But I've heard reports about it happening. It's probably rolled out elsewhere. Unfortunately, this stun rest debacle is a meaningful difference. And I fucking hate that. It's 1 point of resentment, dude. 1 point. Why does this have... In a game like Wells, 5 raw makes a difference. I will just keep a note that you can't drop a resentment for a stun res. Then that's just how it looks like. Okay, calc. TRA, theoretical damage. Nope. Zoom in closer so it looks legible. TRA. What are we looking at? 23.9. Um, 22933. 22933. And then 6, 5. I'm dumb. This is 21071. 21071. And then I look at these numbers. Why I'm worrying over 1.27 DPS. And I look over at Quaz getting 600 plus on Insect Glaive. Awesome. Leave it to Capcom to make a very well-balanced game. Where one patch to the next, LBG just gets a 50% damage upgrade. So fuck not. critical average. We're looking at 21.3. Two, 36.34. 58.3 and 25755. 257.55. Ellie. 25.1. And 200.03. And 687. For 218, 42. 218, 42. Raw. Actually 26.2. And it's 191.9. And then 72.1 for 208.33. 208.33. Why is this behaving like this? Raw outlier is 5 Ellie. The Ellie outlier? Oh, that's still a 50 hit zone. Yeah, okay. I was like, why the fuck is the raw outlier lower damage than the Ellie out? Yeah, because they're both a 50 cut hit zone. Duh. That does make sense then. Okay, so this is the one that is good then. Good in the sense that it beats the pinnacle comfort. The comfort is probably still shitting on it. And by non-comfort, it's the fucking Ellie-Con variant. Man. Ellie-Con needs to go die. Fuck that. Stupid ass conversion skill. I hate everything about it. Your casual ass will be happy to drop 5 raw. Yep. Honestly, mine too. But at that point, I'll probably just play the Pinnacle because I believe in latent power and I don't believe in Waxer as much. That's the other thing. How do I fucking denote that the Waxers are dog shit for matchups that are played with Mind's Eye because Mind's Eye is optimal? Like fucking Ray and Steve. No, not Steve. Sorry, Gore. What is anyone even grinding anymore, man? The only thing that's worthwhile is like Gog and then whatever the fuck it is for charms. But I don't think that the 10-5s are worth it for charms. Simply because of how unimaginably bulky they have become. So you're just better off doing the 9s because they die so much faster. None of this makes any sense. Classic game design, dude. Classic game design. I swear to pull a Rise and Res raise a 4 slot. Let's hope they will make some sensible decisions every once in a while. It's wild, so I don't think they will. But mans can dream. Mans can dream. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 sets left to punch in. That's the wrong fucking button. Wax 5, Aggie 5, AB 5, Crit Boost 4, yada yada. What's special? No, it has all the things, okay. It has all the things. And then this is wax dosh luggy. And wax good stuffs comfy. And then this is wax good stuffs scorcher. They also only hit 100, so they do not get the base raw. Wax 5, Aggie 5. Wait, this is 5-4 on Power Pro. Yep. This is not 5-4, this is 5. Yeah, this is 5-3. So immediately worse. And then Scorcher is also 5-3. And then from there we need to somehow get two comfort sets that go into the same direction. Somehow, I say. Budget, not comfort, budget. Heard Peeps been using Scorcher quite a bit. Is good outside of fire matchup? I don't think so. I think Scorcher's fucking stupid and weak and doesn't do anything. But some people, and I'm not going to specifically name BK, are insisting that it's really fucking good ever since Gore came around. I do not understand what he sees in it, but he's convinced it's great. And because we do require numbers, it somehow is good. Like, unironically, somehow it is good. For some weapons, and it's complete dog shit for others. I don't understand why it's shit for us. Because, like, all of our, like, the overwhelming majority of the moves we actually use proc it. The things that don't proc it are stupid stuff like ZSD, I think ZSD, and Wild Swing, like LMAO, Wild Swing. But it just doesn't perform. I have no idea why. The formula is correct, I say carefully, because if you do it by hand, you get the same outcome. But it just doesn't perform. Peak performance 2 somehow. Sure, keep 40%, it's fucking worthless regardless. Stun res, max might, yada 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 yada. Nothing super interesting. No AV, no flare, no econ, no E-absorb, no latent, importantly, no recent. Okay, and then the skills are Dosh, Fury, Soul, right? I see Soul, I see Fury, I see Dosh. Okay, cool. That's the first one. Second set. Wax 5, Aggie 5. This uses Gore again. Okay, cool. This uses Gore. Awesome. That already makes it my favorite. Max Might, Counter Strike, and some other nonsense. Max Might, CS, other nonsense, no resentment. Flare. Does that somehow find its way in here? No stun res, right? There's no... There's 5-1 slots in here. Never mind, there could be stun res. What the shit is that set, man? What the fuck did I build here? It's got score... Oh god. It's got Scourging. Ooh. Try to explain that to someone. Because I'm not gonna. And hasten recovery, but like, fuck that. It might be optimized further. I say very carefully that it might be. And then the last one is pretty much the same. It's Aggie. It's also still gore, right? Yes, it's also still gore. Burst to 1 because we are reasonable over here. Counter-Strike. Max Might, Wax 5. Any outliers? No, just Scorcher. Just Scorcher with average lag. You know what? Let's get Scorcher the best case, so it procs every 3 seconds. Because I still don't believe that it's any good. Like, I think that's still not enough. Personally, I don't think it is. This also has binding counter. Revolt. Any one slots? Oh, this one does not do one slots. So on that virtue alone, it's probably not very fun and cool. Yep. If Scorcher procs every 3 seconds on the dot, it is still not very good. So stupid. How do you update Rash without uninstalling it? Yes. No, what you typed is literally what you do. Since all of that is just the dead DLL. You just replace it with a new one. Granted, you need to get the new one, so that is something. At least to my knowledge, and I'm an idiot. Don't blame me if your GPU catches fire. Blame Wild, like a reasonable person. Yeah, Waxdodge Laggy is just dead, and the Scorcher thing is also just not competing. Ellie outlier. And even on Ellie, it's just worse than the good stuffs. Now, how's the good stuff shaping up? Let's do relevant average, and then it's 67 rising / loops. Let's look at that's theoretical relevant average. Yep. It's behind the other 2 sets because of course it is. Significantly behind. God, I fucking hate how good latent power is. I'm going to keep this one anyway. Because it is not unhinged garbage, at least. And I do want a wax option, and this one has a bunch of slots. And a bunch of just good stuffs. So it's fine. I'm fine with having an option that is technically weaker, but significantly more comfy. Just let me check real quick if can I favor wax more? No, I can't. I'm assuming 100% accuracy on wax zones. Bah. just numerically, Wax is not doing it. I don't know why there's one singular white frame in there. It shouldn't be. Sorry, I've been looking at the overlay. Fine, we'll do Wax Good Stuff's Comfort. Let's look at Wax Good Stuff's Y. See if that does anything. Does 5 1 slots. And otherwise it's Udra chest versus the hard chest. Functional difference. It loses binding counter end of list. That's the only thing it does different. Therefore, it can also go die. Awesome. Wax Good Stuff's Comfort. Theoretical relevant average. $24.4. And 205.72. And then 6.7. And then 2242. 2242. And then theoretical average. $21.8. 233.9. $59.8. You know, I never checked if we get weird file tick behavior on certain DPS values, certain FPS values. I don't think we do because we work differently. But maybe it's time just to be sure. Ellie. 25.7. $195.62. Because I think we have a predetermined amount of how many ticks an FRS has. More so than tick every X time frame. Raw. 26.8. That's 1875. I am starting to get hungry, which means that I will finish this endeavor. You lot get your answers. I will get food. It's still a good while until then, but we're getting somewhere. Wax Dosh, Heol Ellie, Wax Ellie. So what? How many more is this? This is 10, so it's like... Can I kill one in advance? Fuck, I don't think I can. These are 3 that go together, so these need to stick. Actually, I might be able to kill this guy. Let me check. Does this do... No, it doesn't. This does Doshaguma. What does it do besides Doshaguma? Still does gore. It gets a point in crit eye for reasons. So that's... It's not nothing. It loses flare. So gain Doshaguma, lose flare, gain crit eye. 1. Okay. I can just check that real quick. And that makes it a bit easier. Crit eye, crit eye, crit eye, crit eye, crit eye, crit eye. And then it loses flare. It gains Doshaguma. It loses Jin, which is irrelevant. Smile. Then we look at... I don't think it's worth it, right? What is this going to be? This is raw. So it's up against 73.7. Oh, it's actually better against this. The fuck? Why? Just making sure. I did drop flare. I did. Doshaguma? Gore? I does still do gore. Does still do Lotso. Max Nagi, maybe. Counter Strike. Boost. Max Might Nagi Powerhouse. Bust 1. It's pretty much a standard loadout done with Argh-Wax. Ayo. Dodge 2-piece better than fucking the other stuff. Is this what we're getting at? Better than Flare? Relevant average 24.2 and 66.3. 24.2. Okay. Okay. It is a little bit ahead. It is a little bit ahead. What is this? 22402. 22402. Yeah, that is 8% ahead. That is 8% ahead. A% ahead. But it doesn't do slots. It does not do slots as sort of the thing here. Like 0 slots. I think. How does it stack up against the econ? Disgusting piece of shit that this is. 23.4 and 64.3. Okay, it does not even remotely get close to that. Okay. What does it do functionally different? This is a variant, I declared, so easy. How do you maintain max coal? What do you mean how to maintain max coal? You get blighted and stuff? Like intentionally? it's the same on every weapon. You play into it. What do you mean how to fit? Because the Nadia helm is more slot efficient anyway. So the Wax Gusta's Comfort has options. Cool. Ellie sets. Let's not scream EO Ellie. And that is then going to be Max Ellie. And Wax Ellie, which is also going to be Max Ellie. And then we have Wax Gore Scorcher, which is an atrocity. Aggie Coal counter. Okay, we are resetting all of this. This is power prolonger, so it uses the standard loadout. But less good. Is it a power? What did I do with the others? Okay. Critical element. And all of these are the same. I can just... We keep Aggie because we do we do AV, we do one, we do Coal 3 because we can, we do no Econ because that skill is fucking evil. Counter Strike, so we don't do Flare. What this matters, we do not do Latent. We do Latent. Do we do Max Might? Like peak performance we do. Yeah, because there's mutual hostility. We don't do wax on this because it's literally just the old side. Although I'm 90% sure there is some upgrade to it. Like surely. but I'll look into that later. Black Eclipse, Mutual Hostility, those are the only two. No guts? Yes, guts. Wait, but then also... Oh no, so it's worse LP. Okay. 51. Okay, that's the first one. And then the second one is Ellie Wax. That changes a few things. It goes Wax 5, Aggie 5, AB 3. Just coal? Any coal? Coal 1. Any econ? Peak 1. Does it do latent? It still does gore, does it? Does indeed. Okay, cool. Does it still guts? It no longer guts. Okay. That is probably not good. I have a feeling that this is going to be DOA. We'll check so immediately. Because then I save a little bit of effort. Oops. It goes burst 2. Burst 2, burst 2, burst 2, burst 2, burst 2, burst 2, burst 2. I don't think this is going anywhere. Challenge of Charm 3. Oh god, so then it also drops to crit I1 to crit LE1. This is just Giga Dead, right? This would only ever matter on Ali Outlier, and then it's just never usable then. Unfortunate. So this one is just dead. What about the Scorcher one? That one guts us. That's something. And it also uses a good charm. But it's also built like a raw set. Alright. So that means I just need to upgrade the Ellie set. Yeah, pretty much I just update the Ellie set. Because there's nothing... Well, I suppose I will try to go for Econ Ellie as well. But that's not something I'm going to need to calc either. Because like, I know what's possible. Fine. And then... So far it looks like the jank-ass Ellie convert variant of the Pinnacle is winning. Helm is really good. chest is really, really good. Like, do you remember how much I was glazing the pinnacle, which is pretty much the same set everything else uses, except you can get an extra 9 base row on it? Currently, that is still ahead, and the only thing that changed is that we swapped the chest to Argh Gamma, so now it has Ellie Convert 3, and that just fucking shits on everything. It is not close so far. It's not been close. And that's horrible. Because it's Elicon. Oh, it does not feel good. It does not spark joy. None. Zero joy. Man, I did not intend for this to be another 7-hour situation today, but it's shaping up to be exactly that. Because unfortunately there's more happening here. So let's recap. I need to check for the Ellie sets. Those need an upgrade. Because they are updatable, I'm sure. I need to explore that a little bit more. Raw-wise, there is probably nothing that competes with Pinnacle Econ, and then after that, we're probably going for Wax good stuffs. Because, like, we do want to use some sort of stun res. I mean, it's only been like 6 hours. That's almost a work day. I do want to finish the sets today. I might not do it on stream. I am getting very exhausted, unfortunately. Like, talking and trying to interact with people is significantly harder than you think. Somehow. It's jank ass. Really wish status build up didn't happen on perfect counters. Yep. That's a double-edged sword, come to think of it, because part of why we're so good with Ellie Convert, why we synergize with it, is that we get Blight and Ellie damage and shit through counter. And it also helps latent power, as much as I hate to say that. But on the other hand, dude, if they make something in MR that sleeps us, I am going to molt so bad. Because we just have no way to deal with that. Fucking Nocilla is annoying enough as it is. Stun, I'm 100% with you. It really shouldn't. But then it probably wouldn't proc Counter-Strike either, and then that's its whole kind of where I was like, just... At this point... I'm feeling that I would like it more if they fiddled with it less. Because they have very much proven that they cannot be trusted making changes to weapons. It's so funny though, like, especially with shit like Arghveld, where it's like, oh, you get nuke after nuke after nuke after nuke and you counter everything, and he just walks up to you, headbutts you, and you die. That's awesome. Like, for comedic value, it's awesome. Actual dog shit to get hit by, but it's funny. But yeah, I feel like if I want to actually publish sets today, well, tonight, today, whatever, I should probably call it here. Because I'm going to need a longer break. I'm going to need food, and I'm going to need to catch up with a couple of people, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately, I like doing that, but I need to do stuff. And I need to take a longer break away from the screen before I fucking die and make stupid mistakes. At the very latest, sometime, probably your tomorrow, set should be live on Wiggler. I try to do it in this waking cycle. It's not even IRL stuff necessarily. I am just really fucking dead, and I know that I need to take it slower in this stage right now, because otherwise I make stupid mistakes. So I double and triple and quadruple check everything to make sure it's correct, and that's just eating so much time that I'm simply going to be more efficient if I step away now and then sit down with after taking an hour or so. But that's also not, I'm not going to sit here and let the fucking AFK video play for an hour. Especially if no one pays me for it. I'm still waiting on fucking documents, man. Horrible. Horrible. But yeah, so far, if anyone asks, the Pinnacle Econ variant, I'm going to throw it up real quick so that we're all on the same fucking page. The Pinnacle Econ variant is going to be the thing. How do I do this so it's legible? Who am I kidding? None of us can read anyway. So that would be Pinnacle Econ. This is so far leading far and ahead, and none of the other sets that I have in the repertoire do anything remotely close to this. I know that my calc favors Space Raw because the fucking weapon favors Space Raw. So this is likely going to stand unbeaten. The comfy variant that we are probably going to resort to is between this, which is also a Pinnacle variant, so it's also extremely expensive, but it has stun res and shit. It's not carried by Econ. It's still good enough, as in it's literally top 3. And then if you don't like latent power, Wax Good Stuffs is probably the way to go. Slightly weaker. How much is that? 2%. Swallowable. There's better sets probably than exactly this. There's definitely worse sets than exactly this, but somewhere between the 3, you'll land for Raw, and then Ellie, it's probably the same fucking thing. They didn't do much for Ellie. 4-piece Gorg is something I'm wanting to check, and then ye old Ellie will probably get, I don't know, probably it gets Econ, mayhaps. Actually, let me check the thing. The thing. The matchup sheet. That's the English I was wording. Ellie file, red. So that's what? Gravios where it applies, Anjanath where it applies, Guardian Dosh where it applies, Gorg debatably, and Shara Khan, and then maybe Giga super duper maybe Odo. It's kind of here nor there, so pretty much shit mons all the way through, and then maybe Gorg. So I don't see that being all too strong, all things considered. Dragon-wise, you are looking at Gravios, Guardian, Dosh, and Anjanath. End of list. So that's kind of here, not there. I hate optimizing around this skill, man. But it's unfortunately really fucking good. But yeah, that's preliminary answer. I'm not going to say that that's how it's going to shape up. But just between you and I, probably will. I've passed the uptimes onto Pilgrim, who is hopefully going to port them into Math Hunter as standard uptimes for Swags. So that's something that's off my chest. That's great. I will pass the uptimes also onto Fox, so that we're at least on the same page, even if we disagree whether or not they should be included. Specifically, amped uptime. I think they shouldn't be considered. And we have gone through a majority of the sets at least. A lot of the theorized ones, like there were a bunch more that I weeded out before going live, so that's something. We did the uptimes today, which is great. And at the latest by tomorrow, we'll have answers, but I now need to desperately step away from the computer for a little bit. If I end up finishing it today, I will, what's it called? I'll make a post about it. You might see it, you might not. I will announce it in Gathering Hall, which you might see or not, but like, at the very latest tomorrow, we'll have our answers. Yeah, it's not about having default uptimes. It's just that I apparently forgot to submit the ones for swags. I could have sworn I did, but apparently I just forgot. And then someone a little while ago popped in and was like, "Oh, you're the guy maintaining swags. Are you going to do standard uptimes?" And I'm like, I thought I did. Then I check and I didn't. And then I check through the DMs with Pilgrim. It turns out I actually didn't send them. Like, oopsie. Just entirely forgot. My bad. But yeah, happens. Happens. But yeah, I go eat and die now. And I hope you lot have a good remaining day or start in the day or whatever. It'll probably be a little bit before I start doing Frontier stuff because there is a whole 2 videos at minimum in our immediate future that need doing. Which is awesome. At least one of them is pretty much done, except for the part that actually takes time, being the editing. It'll be like, I think it's like a 40-minute thing, 40-minute ballpark. Don't know yet. If it's done, it'll probably take a week. And then the other one, which should come out next week, about the Swags meta stuff. So at the very, 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 very latest, that's when you'll have answers. But now I go die. Thanks for the company, and we will see one another next time.